Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to my stream. Before I forget, I want to thank Dark Neutrino and Jesper for becoming members. Thank you. How's everyone doing today? Hi, Jokernut and Derek and NH3D and Killer Prince and David and Stuart and Linus and Kaylee and DJ Natty and Squirrel Brain. How's everyone doing? Bill and Randomness. Let's see if I can catch most. Dark Neutrino and Chris, Ari and Nathan, David. Are you guys ready for this? This is gonna be fun. I love builds. I love full system builds. Can everybody hear me okay? And is the music okay? Let's start there. So, hi Jordan and Jan and Toldy, and Angie, Randomness, Mr. Clown. So, let's see, everybody's good. It is getting warm here. I think I am going to open my door here that's right here and put a fan blowing on me. I didn't know if I would need it, but I'm already getting a little warm. So bear with me. We'll get into the build here. We'll talk about it, what we're doing. Give you guys a little heads up. Let me see if I can do this. We are doing a giveaway today. So let me get that in chat and pinned. Did that work? I hope so. I'm nervous about that because this is my first time. So having any printers running, stop printing for a bit when temps. Oh, no, nothing. I haven't really had any problems with summertime printing. Give me a second. I'm going to get this fan set up because I am concerned about how hot it's going to get today, which means the whole summer is going to be fun. I'm going to open my door and get a fan blowing in my general direction. Close all this stuff. There we go. Okay, David, thanks for becoming a member. Music could be a little louder. Let's go just a little bit. I didn't change those settings, but I don't know what happened with the sound. So I use this whole setup here for general chatting and stuff like that too often. So I probably screwed something up. Let's see. I scrolled up in chat, so I'm not caught up. I have a portable AC unit, but it's loud and I try not to use it because it's horribly inefficient. Hi, Maker Viking. Hi, Nerd. N3RD. Yeah, so we are going to do an evaluation and build of the upcoming LDO Trident kit. So I'm really excited about this. As most of you are aware, I was pretty heavily involved in Trident development. So although there's been kits out there already, I'm excited for this. So what the idea here is, this is just sharing with you, going through and looking for areas where we might have suggestions, or I might have suggestions on the build. So we'll be using only what comes in the kit. If we run out of a fastener, I make a note of that and make sure that feedback goes in. Some of the custom areas that LDO has decided to take the build will be particularly paid attention to. So with that, I mean, obviously the disclaimer stuff, LDO sent this to me as the developer for Trident, looking for my feedback on the kit. I don't know that I'll be keeping this printer. I've got limited space for printers. There is a very good chance that if we finish this in time, this printer will show up at Murph. So that's pending, but. So, Jan, thank you for becoming a member. So, Because this is an evaluation and LDO has no problems with the process being public, which is cool, I think. I feel, and they haven't told me this. They didn't tell me that I needed to do this quickly, but I feel I need to provide some timely feedback, which means we won't be doing this only on Sunday streams. I'm going to be doing some weekday streams to make sure the build is done in a reasonable amount of time. If we did only Sunday streams, this would be 7 or 8 weeks of a build. And I want to do this within a few, especially if we're gonna hit that Murph timeline. So the intent is to stream on Sundays, Mondays, and Wednesdays. Monday and Wednesday, except for an exception this week, Monday and Wednesday will be evening Pacific time, but shorter streams, like 2 hours, just to make some progress on the build. This Wednesday, I happen to have something else going on that I'm going to take the opportunity to just take the whole day off. So we'll have a fairly early stream on Wednesdays. That's the plan. Stay tuned for that time. So thanks, Johan. Let's see. Yeah, I like this space gray. This is a great frame color. So Sundays, Mondays, Wednesdays. Mondays and Wednesdays in the second, or if we go to a third week, will be in the evenings. This Wednesday will be a little earlier. LDO has provided a series of giveaways for this build series. I'll be doing one item per Sunday stream. I don't want to do a giveaway on an evening stream because I don't want to restrict my regular viewers from that opportunity. So most of these giveaways will be in the Trident build area. So today's is a full stepper motor kit. So that's Z steppers, AB steppers, and extruder stepper. I need some clarification on if that'll be a, oh man, I forgot something. I forgot coffee. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna take a second to make some coffee here in a second. Other things in the giveaway will be linear rail kit and a frame kit. And then at the very end, we're gonna have we're gonna break with the Trident theme, but we'll have an entire V0.1 kit to give away on one of the last streams. So I'm really excited about that. This is the first time I've been able to do something like that. So I'm nervous too. So I'm hoping that the collection of responses and stuff go well. I do want to do this must be present to win. However, this is going to be like a 5-hour stream today. I'm going to do the drawing at my normal end time, about the 3-hour mark. So I don't want to have people wait around until an unknown end of a stream for that. So I'm open to my mind being changed on the best way to do this because I'm very new to it. But I kind of like seeing the person here and their reaction and having them around for that. So I missed Stephen. I think I didn't catch you. Thanks for becoming a member. I absolutely need coffee. So I apologize. This has been a whirlwind of trying to get ready today. This will only take a moment to get that started and then I'll go grab it. Hopefully my special coffee cup is ready. If not, we'll have to make do. And I should probably put you on mute. So give me half a moment. Sorry. This is what I should have done. Brought Charlie in while you waited. So what do we got here? I have no idea how I forgot coffee. It's just been a little extra prep, and I got thrown off kilter by the microphone not working. Hi, Tracy. You get a little bit of Charlie time. Bill Brothers. Ken. So, I don't know if you noticed, but I scored a much better build surface here. So, Nathan, Charlie was asleep on the V2 for a good hour or more. So my previous one was only about this deep, and it was actually a challenge to build a full-size frame on it. So I'm really looking forward to this. I got a tip for a local countertop place that sells remnants and found one, and this was really cheap. They had it marked at 50 bucks and they sold it to me for 30. So if you're ever looking for something, check your local countertop places. You're going to get the full range of responses. I ran into places that absolutely under no circumstances will sell a remnant. And then I found like the one I bought was way expensive. And then this was the score. So this is quartz, which is nicer than my other one, which is marble, I think, or granite. But quartz being an engineered product, there aren't the same stress lines in it, so it'll be much more durable, I think. And so, yeah, I'm pretty happy about this. Yeah, Charlie's getting pretty well getting his hair back on his rear end. Okay, now I guess he's done. Okay, the door's open, so I told the guy I was buying it from I do builds on YouTube, and I think he subscribed. So I don't know if it's going to be here or not. Next time he's napping on the V2, please take a picture and post it. If you follow me on Twitter, you'll see that. I know Twitter, whatever. I'm not prolific on Twitter, but I do try to keep things going. So Steve_builds. Chris Allen, thanks for becoming a member. So let me grab my coffee because it's probably done by now. Unfortunately, I don't have my special cup. I think it's in the dishwasher. And I didn't have time to check to see if it was done or not. So let me grab my coffee and we will get this moving. Should be a reasonable substitute coffee cup, right? Little Marvin the Martian action. Okay. Space gray frame. First thing about this kit is it is going to be a 300 by 300 by 300 build. So that's what LDO is doing to try to do. One of the things they're doing to try to differentiate their kit is the 300 build will be a 300 cubed and the 250 build will be a 250 cubed. So same thing as anything else on the 250, but the 300 will have a little extra Z height. Because of that, I've made a little extra room. I used to have another RC car here, and a shelf here. So I think I've got enough room to move things around. Mark S, love the shirt. I might have missed if you said where you got it. I didn't say. I bought this at Kohl's. So they have their little pop culture or whatever section of shirts, and this one looked nice, so I grabbed it. They had another one that was, I don't know if you've seen it, but it's an at kind of laying forward, and it said something like the day or something tired or something. It was cute too, but they didn't have my size. So the frame is a 300 cubed. We will be building this with the minor, and I said minor revision when we talked about the 2.4 R2. This is the next level below minor. the next revision for Trident. There are no hardware changes. There's a few fastener count changes, but it's all in printed parts, and it's mostly bringing stuff that we changed in 2.4 R2 back to Trident. So, nope, I won't be going to any Star Wars celebration. Nothing planned. So yeah, the offset idlers. The first model I did of those was for the Trident. So those have been ready since since November, I think. But this is what we're going to be doing. So the countersunk holes here are using the cross bridge method, that kind of thing. The only real changes new to Trident is the offset idlers, and then the bed mounts have changed. They just got a little thicker because I realized I could gain these parts here. I realized I could gain 3 millimeters of Z travel just by making this thicker. So that is minor minus, that's right. So these files are available. They've been available for a couple of weeks. I made them public as a draft PR. If you go to, so there's an update to the manual coming with this. And if you go to the Trident GitHub, so if we go here, and if you go to the pull requests tab, you'll see the Voron Trident R1 updates opened by me. It's in draft status right now. We're about to change that. This is about to be released. But if you go here, you'll see the change log, okay? And it corrects a few issues that are out there, both in the manual and CAD and in parts. But if you click up here on the from link, this will take you back to my GitHub, and you can actually get the files. So, hey, Kenneth. So like I said, the changes are minor minus. No things like we added MGN 12 to 2.4 and we changed the feet and that kind of thing. Nothing like that. It's so. Let me close this. So that's the parts that I printed. And I'll make note as we build this which specific things have changed. Like the bolt-on fans for the skirts that we put in 2.4, those are now in the Trident files. So there is an updated assembly manual. I will be paying attention to this because I'm going to use the opportunity to, while building this, to go back and validate anything in the manual. So we'll be switching back and forth between the build and that. So for the, I see some chatter about the frame size. So for this particular kit with the 300 millimeter Z height, yes, everything is 50 millimeters taller. That's the change in, everything's 50 millimeters taller. So that's mostly a change in the corner extrusions, and then a change in the rear center extrusion is taller. And I think that's it for the extrusions. So Martin, the assembly manual is great. Yes, and Dinar on Discord does a phenomenal job with the assembly manuals. So let me be clear, because I see a couple of comments. This is not a change. This 300 millimeter Z height is not a Voron spec change. We are talking LDO kit. We're not changing the spec build. The spec build, because of frame compatibility with older versions and parts availability and stuff, is staying at a 250 build height for the spec build across the sizes. Yes. So, hey Felix, hey Andrew. Guessing pre-orders maybe around August, September. That's probably a reasonable guess, based on what Jason has been saying. But we'll see. I mean, supply issues are real, and it only takes one vendor or one supplier to knock a kit out. So everything is subject to that. I've got the kit parts spread out over here. As LDO kits, they come packaged. You see beta. The various parts of the assembly come packaged in individual boxes. Hi, Golden Jaguar. Printer Prawn, thanks for becoming a member. Hi, Printing Stein. So let me grab, I want to grab the fasteners. So I have those handy. We've got a backup fasteners bag and a few other things here. Now it comes with tools. I'm not going to use them. I'm evaluating the kit, not necessarily the tools it comes with. I've seen them before. You guys have seen them before. Stuff out of the way. I'm going to use my handy dandy hex part tray. Some of these things. So I don't know how I'm going to organize this. I think I'm just going to spread fasteners out over here in some general way that I can grab them and find them. Get into the common stuff. Like the 16s we're going to need here for the frame. So let's go with that. Are the Trident front idlers compatible with Voron 1.8? I believe so. I'm pretty sure. Yes, they would be, because I didn't, that was one of the parts for Trident I didn't change from 1.8. So they've now been changed, but the original parts are compatible, which means the offset ones are compatible. Oh, talking about, I hear this, waiting for LDO 2.4. I don't know if you guys see this build I've been working on. So this is a commission build. So I bought this kit. It's an LDO 350 kit, and it's for a local friend for business he works for. But it's going along pretty nice. It's a 350. I'm building it with a few mods like touchscreen, clicky, nozzle scrubber, camera is here, and going straight to stealth burner on it. So I've been filming it. The idea is to, gotta fly now because the door's open. The idea is to do a time lapse when I'm done. So, and I've been timing how long it takes. So to this point, this build has been 14 hours to that point. And that display is the 4.3 inch wave share display. Martin, you're finding use out of that hex tray. That's awesome. So the printed parts on this, it's a black frame with KVP graphite main color, and then the custom color that Klee had made we're referring to as super green, and that's by KVP as well. Hey PF Dennis. So yes, I am requiring that folks be present to win the giveaway. This is new to me. I think that's how I want it to go, but I'm open to have my mind changed or reinforced, whichever way that goes. So but I'm not going to wait until the end of the stream. I've got a set time. So about in 2.5 hours from now is when we'll be doing the drawing, thereabouts. So this will be a longer than normal stream. It's not fair to have people that are used to coming in for my, well, typical stream usually goes to about 4 hours anyway. But I set a 3-hour time. I like to do 3 hours for the stream. So that's what we're going to do the drawing at, is at the 3-hour mark, which is about 2.5 hours from now. So let's get this moving. Yeah, I like to see the reaction too. And even if it takes a couple of redraws, I hope it doesn't. And you can come back in 2.5 hours, whatever. I just want to see that reaction. This is the first time. So, and I think the key point is predictable time. I'm not saying when it's over and having some ambiguous time when that drawing is. We're going to do it in 2.5 hours from now, plus or minus a few minutes. So, okay, let's start going through. And let's give Charlie lots of pets so he'll decide that it's time to sleep instead of be up here. So let's give him pets and get plenty of hair to strengthen the build. So let's start through, and I could go through and just assemble this frame, but we're gonna try to go somewhat in the order that the manual recommends. This was revised yesterday, so we're using blind joints. This explains all that good stuff. And we're going to start with the basic frame assembly. They're all labeled. We're going to use all those extrusions and those extrusions. So let's get started with just putting a bunch of M16s in the end of these. Can I put the 2.4 back panel on one of the sides? Are you looking to do that for the opaque panel, or because or are you trying to move the exhaust opening to a side so you get more depth space on your desk? I mean, as long as I would recommend still using the 3mm foam tape to space it out, but sure, I can't think of any. You'd have to figure out another way to get your filament in. I found the labeling confusing when you were doing a different size trident. Yeah. Charlie's idea is helping us very deliberately pushing screws off the bench. Yes, this is true. Okay, this is the vertical rear center one. So let's just start grabbing. Now, the rear bottom extrusion has a wrench access hole for the center rear. So we're gonna set that aside and we're gonna keep this one noted, but it needs some of these fasteners. So F4CJ, thanks for becoming a member. Hi, Karsten. So I'm just going to go through and put these fasteners in all of these. Let's see what Charlie ends up doing. Mr. Jada from Norway, hello. Hope missing screws that Charlie kicks off the table and not land is a note. That's true. I'm pretty good at collecting anything that falls off the bench. That screw is a little malformed, so I'm not going to use it. I think the Voron bomb should recommend thicker foam tape. The one in spec, thicker foam tape. So we use 3mm foam tape for the sides and 1mm for the top. Are you suggesting we go even thicker than that? Delmar, listening while driving home. Be safe. Thanks, I was wondering, because of the shelf the printer is going on, might not be deep enough for the exhaust on the side. Yeah, I get that. There's lots of ways to do that though. I mean, like it should work. If you put it on the side, you just have a couple of considerations to take into account. Oh, so the BOM, this is my fault. The sourcing guide, the BOM should have 3mm tape. The sourcing guide probably needs updated, and that's me. So, oh, see, lost one already. Just odd. Thanks for becoming a member. What do we got? We got 140 people in the drawing. That's doing pretty good. How many people do we have here? Switch over. Let that update. Okay, we got probably quite a few. A good percentage of people in the drawing that are here. That's awesome. Hi, Soph. This build is going to be fun. Okay, so that should take care of those. Oh, I got one more. This is... Oh. Oh, you guys can't even see what I'm doing. I've tried to get an angle, because this is a taller printer, trying to get an angle that's going to capture most of what I'm doing. I'll move it around if I need to. I'm just pre-installing the M5x16s into the ends of the frame pieces. Okay, let's work around Charlie here. I don't want to go too far out because then you don't see the detail stuff that I'm doing. So we'll move the camera around. And don't hesitate to, oops, I missed the other side of a whole section of these. Missed all of these. Printerstein, $20. Keep it up. My switch wire would not be running without watching you. That's awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. Caplion, or Kai. Kai? Well, thanks for becoming a member. Just realized there was a drawing. Yes, so pinned post. Today we are giving away a full set of Trident steppers. That's the AB and the extruder. Not 100% sure clarification on which extruder stepper, but probably the NEMA 17, but I'll double check. Can I build the full printer without a manual? Absolutely. Absolutely. I can build a full printer without a manual. Although even on the 2.4 here, I've got the manual up, so the sequence is at least standard. Okay. Let's go back over here. So we've got all those. We're going to start with a corner and the back. So let's go with that. So we've got the back extrusion. Let's grab one of these for the front. I forgot. So this is something I did pre-stream. I forgot to mention. This is a test. I'm checking extra things. Yesterday, as I was laying this out, I set the extrusions down here and looked at each one and checked. So I basically did put a couple of extrusions on the end and then checking to see if they were all the same lengths on all of them. That kind of thing has already been done. That's what I want. So I meant to cover that before I started putting screws in, but these are the only ones that are left that I can do that with. Less unbuilding with the manual. Yes, I recommend anybody who is new to these should use the manual. Screw sizes without the manual? Yeah, if I have a question, I'll hold it up to the part. It's usually pretty, not too hard to figure out. Okay, vertical extrusions have an extra hole here for the Y. So that goes up. So this is basically gonna go here. And then another one of these is gonna go here. So let me move, I want my full, I don't wanna bang extrusions against each other. I want my full flat surface here to work with. So let me rearrange a little bit. And I'll grab these as I need them. Sound's gone. What? Sound's gone? I should be back. Can I get confirmation that I'm able to be heard? Okay, you have sound. Someone said sound gone, but if I could only pick one, it would be 2.4 or Trident. The only answer I can give on that is Trident. It's just not, it's not okay for me to give an answer other than Trident. So I'm gonna set these around here so I can get to the end. I'm going to use my, just a straight object. I like to grab just these clamps and hold things in place while I tighten them down. Let me try just a little bit extra zoom for DJ Natty's suggestion. Let's do that. So one. This takes a little extra time, but it's hard to mess up. Keeping things flat and straight. I'm not biased at all. So now that's the back with the access hole for the vertical extrusion there. Charlie is gonna get some pets. Okay, I got some things in the way here. I need to get to my little macro keyboard a little easier. There we go. Okay, so that's center one and then the rest of the corners. So let's do that. Vertical rear extrusion. So this one is noted by it's tapped on only one end. The other end isn't tapped. There's another extrusion here, I think, that's the same length. Yeah, it's the X. Is that the X extrusion? Yeah, the X extrusion is not tapped on either side and it's the same length. You need to grab the one that's tapped on one side. Let's turn this up on its end. This guy. Oh, there he goes. He's discovered the door's open and he can get some fresh air. So we've got a distance spelled out here. Let's see, where'd my mouse go? There we go. The other frame size, the distance is shown is for a 250 spec. Add 25 millimeters for a 300. So we need 200 millimeters between those spots. Hi, John. Let's see how close I can get this. Just eyeballing it. this way. 200.43. No, 200.40. That's pretty darn good. I'm gonna go a little better. Let's try right there. I'm apparently adjusting in 0.2 millimeter increments. So let's go one more time. Hi, Michael. Hi, PJ. $199.7. I went a little too far. This is not super critical, but you should be close. And I'm going to take the time to make sure that I'm getting, I want to be right there. $199.95. Let's go one more. Can I do a? Oop. Let's try that. Let's see if I can do a 0.05 adjustment. No. I'm going to call it good at 199.97. Thanks, Tyler. I do not use Loctite on the frames. I don't, it's not needed. Okay, so that is there. Now we can work on the rest of the extrusions. Another vertical extrusion. Now we want to make sure that this top access hole is in line or perpendicular to that, the direction of the printer. It needs to be facing forward. Just hold on to the rail for a minute or two to gain a couple of tenths. I'm looking at hundredths here. I only need a couple of hundredths. This surface is so much better. Even that 350 that I was just building, I had to use my old surface on because I only got this. I got this surface on Thursday. I built the frame for that last weekend. Mark, is my square drippy bucket sans handle available? It's not, and I debated whether that was an appropriate thing to do a remix on or not. I don't know. It seems like such a minor change, and the creator did a no handle version of the round drippy bucket, but not the hold to the front, but not the square one. So I thought maybe a message to the creator would be more appropriate than remixing their work. Clee, yes, this is a tall build. That's for sure. Eric with a K. One of my very best friends is an Eric with a K. Hi from Belgium. I'm waiting for parts to build my Trident 300. Awesome. What is the drippy bucket? That's this guy. It's a print out on, this is the drippy pail, is what they call it. This is out on Printables, is where I downloaded it. I downloaded the no divider version, and I use it as just kind of a little waste bin here on my desk. No, I don't have any other lenses, DJ Natty. Oh, Bill, yeah. Sorry about that. I get what you're saying. Okay, last one. And making sure, yep, I've got everything oriented with that hole in the right direction. Twist this way so I can get a little better angle on this. Oh. Yeah, I would not complain about getting used to referring to everything in metric. Okay. Although height, for some reason, height definitely still gets me. That mental conversion isn't instantaneous yet. Looking good. Let's see where we're at in the manual. See you, Joseph. Thanks for being here. Let's see here. We're centered. Okay, so the expectation, or Dunar's suggestion, is to use the this X extrusion. It's the same height as the rear center as a spacer for the side, for the Y extrusions. So we got a little something here in a second, but let me get this set up. So the idea is to use this as a spacer when installing these Y extrusions. I am going to, and I think that this is also suggested, use a little bit of tape to make sure two things. We're going to make sure that we're not scratching up the extrusions, but also it's going to space it out just a little bit. And as long as we do this, use the same one, it'll just make the assembly work a little better. Put this on the same direction on both sides. And what that's going to do is 2 times the width of that tape, it's going to space out these Y extrusions, and that'll give us just a little bit of clearance here when we put the X gantry on. I think that'll be good. What do we got here? That little bit of a breeze from the fan is nice. Okay, we got something special with the Trident kit and the Y extrusions. Anybody want to guess? what our special thing is? I'll give us a second. That's gonna slide right in like that. But we got something special we have to do before we can install this. Any guesses? Let's let the buffer catch up. Nothing carbon fiber. And not backers. But Tony's is the closest. Tony's place is the closest. I'm gonna bring out the rail box. I have to tap them because LDO forgot. No, they didn't forget. But we do have nut strips, whatever, like on the V0. What do you think? So these are some sort of steel. I think they're steel. Oh, they're stainless steel. They are not magnetic at all. Yeah. So they are stainless steel. I have enough here for all the axes, including X, which is a question. So this is definitely not final for the thing, because the X will increase the gantry weight probably quite a bit. So they made them, but they're not sold on including the X one for sure. So we have got to, before we get too much further on this, we need to put a few of these in place. I realize I need to do it for the Z axis as well. So now do I win the motor kit? No. If you enter the drawing, your chances of winning the motor kit are infinitely greater than if you don't enter. I don't know if they'll help with flex or not. Yeah, so this is a beta kit. We're doing an evaluation, and that's part of this. I mean, this X thing is not something that they're sold on. So this is the X one. So let me get this out of the way. So Pie-Eyed, thanks for becoming a member. Oh, and I'm not caught up. I keep scrolling and then not scrolling back to the end, so it doesn't scroll for me. Jason, 4999, thank you. Hi guys, just jump on for a second. You're in Detroit at Rapid TCT. That sounds fun. I can't get anyone from China due to... So you're talking about production delays and stuff because of COVID. Oh, you can't get anyone there to TCT, so you have to go. I get it. Please enjoy the stream. Yep. Production need a few months. Assume all beta tests will be feedback in May. Happy build. Yep, we are working on that. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. That is very true, Andrew. The fewer people that enter, the greater your chances are, but that wouldn't be any fun. Okay, so we have a few of these. We are going to need, so these backers, I need to put one here in the two front extrusions. Oops, I'm trying to put it in backwards. So for the Z rails, so I'm gonna go there, out of the way, and here. I keep wanting to put those in backwards for some reason. And my mind is saying it goes the other way. So there and there. And I'm going to put it here because that's going to get, I'm going to have to angle it once this top extrusion is here. So I don't forget, I'm going to, and I did it again. Every single time I'm putting that in backwards first. I'm going to put it in here so I don't forget. So that's going there, that. And then we need one in the 2 in the Y extrusion. I think I'm going to have to, hey, I got it the first time this time. I think I'm going to take this screw out because the head's in the way a little bit. The backers have an orientation. No, they're symmetric. They are trapezoidal, so they fit the profile of the slot extrusion, but so that's going there. Donkey Kong. I'm going to say Schlunky Kong. Thanks for becoming a member. Okay, so that is going to go in there, and that extrusion, or that nut rail is going to face down. So then we put this here, and that in place, and that should do that. We're going to make sure that this is up against the end so it's nice and parallel and straight when we do this, because this is a pretty critical part of the build. Getting these, getting the Y extrusions here at the same, exactly perpendicular to the corner extrusions is important, because that's going to have an effect on how your gantry is racked. That's a little tight in there when you do that, and that's why we use that tape, so we don't scratch up the extrusions. I'm going to pull it out of there nice and easy. Put this one aside for the next one. So there. Be sad if you'd scratch a nice space gray. Oh, absolutely. That would be horrid. This one is being a little easier to take out than the last one, so I want to get a little more pressure there. There we go. Nathan, I don't remember what NT is, but 75 NT. Thank you. Extra coffee for the following streams. Also, thanks for LDO for the giveaway. Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to be able to give something away finally. Blam, thanks for coming, member. Blam was in our, before he became part of the crew, he was in our beta test group for the Trident. Blam, it's because I only turned this on like 2 weeks ago. I turned on memberships 2 weeks ago. New Taiwan dollar, thank you. Ooh, those are gonna be. Here, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put that top extrusion on to kind of tie things together so the weight. Quartz is a perfect size. Oh yes, this is 26 inches by about 24. What did I get here? 26. Oh, it's a 26-inch square. It's about 655 millimeters square. So I 26 was easy because that's how it was labeled at the counter shop. So one. Spring cord, the stream is going awesome. Tony's Place. Thanks for becoming a member. Then I kind of sanity check these, just feeling how flush they are. Everything feels good. Okay, now we can get this other one on. All right, let's go. Ooh, let's go with this one too. Never mind. I'm gonna put this one in. I haven't seen Sanity. Is she on a plane? Or a train, I mean? There was a call out? What was the call out? Oh, you're here. Hi, Sanity. Hating crimping JSTs. I don't mind JSTs. What I don't like are DuPonts. Sorry about the view of the back of my neck. I wanted to get a good angle on that. DuPonts are my nemesis. I don't mind JSTs. Would it be better to install the nut bars directly with the rails? Well, this is new, these nut bars. I've never installed a printer with them. I don't know, but I don't think it matters. DuPont is easier than JST in your opinion. You know, the thing that bugs me about DuPont is the angled strain relief or whatever, the insulation part. That's the part that gets me, and it's probably I'm trying to use the wrong crimper for it. And I'm almost forgetting the nut bar here. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The triangle thingies, Jan. The triangle thingies on DuPonts are my nemesis. Almost forgot the nut bar. Yeah, tin knocks for the DuPonts, for those triangle thingies. That's the new official term for them. I go with the largest size on the crimp and then work my way down to kind of form it to the smaller size. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm not paying attention is what I'm doing. And you guys didn't catch it. There we go. This is the Y extrusion, not the top. I like triangle thingies. That's my official name for them now. I'm too busy yakking. Hi, Elmer. Things feeling good. I think we've just got 2 more extrusions. And we'll have the frame built. Jaeger, thanks for becoming a member. Didn't have the M5 threaded in enough to go in there, so that's good. And I'm using these little cast machined right angles. I just have a couple of these. They're cheap on Amazon. And I'm just using it as a reference surface. I can use anything. I mean, 1, 2, 3 block would work. Another machinist square, something you can put in there to just make this flat surface that I can then push into the extrusion here as I'm tightening down. Then my build surface becomes my reference point there, this there, and we're good. And it doesn't take much extra time to clamp. So Space Gray and Stellar Red looks awesome. If you remember, one of my neighbors bought an LDO kit and he ended up with Space Gray. And I printed his parts in Stellar Black and Stellar Red. And it turned out really good looking. What is that nut bar? Is it something new? Yes. So those nut bars are something that LDO is playing with. They're very similar to the ones on the V0 kits. So it just means that you don't have to put T-nuts in for the linear rails. So last extrusion. Oh, I should move that slower. They're making a lot of noise. Last frame extrusion. I think I didn't miss anything, right? All those. Using that as a spacer, as Denar suggests, and then the top ones. Yep. Did you check the threads in the nut bar? As always, we get the one that T-nut that has an odd thread. That is a good point. I did not check the threads in there. So maybe I'll grab a M3 and just do a quick spot check on them. So if you're coming in late, don't forget to check the pinned post for a giveaway. This is worldwide, not restricted to any region. All I need is your email address, and then LDO will reach out to the winner. I will not be doing anything with your email address, but giving the winners to LDO, and the rest will be deleted. Okay, so let's move these over so they don't bang. That is the frame. Let's see if we can. It's a tall boy. I didn't get permission from Nero to use that term. Coffee-inspired build. Okay. Where are we? We're going to, what do I want to do? Do I want to use a big machinist square? Big one is here. good. Everything's looking good. Remy, thanks for becoming a member. Tall bro. So the frame itself, the vertical extrusions are, I don't remember what they are. They're 50 millimeters taller than a spec Trident build. So these are 550 millimeters tall. So I had to remove my shelves up here. Charlie, go back to bed. Charlie is laying in the sun because I have the door open right here so I can get some air in here because it's gonna get hot. Okay, everything looks square to the machinist square. We are going to call it good, and then we're going to start assembling bits and pieces. So we already need bearings and stuff. I do not have a price on the kit here. I don't know what price point. This is the beta kit. We're just looking for things that could be improved or changed. So, and just to reiterate, because it was a little confusing before, the 300Z is just an LDO thing. We're not changing the spec on the printer. Hmm. 250 people here. That's awesome. Okay, I got printed parts. So we're gonna go through and grab the stuff that we need for this. So I printed everything in, and I put it in the description this time. This is Sparta's Fluorescent Blue Sparkle and Sparta's Obsidian Black, which is a sparkle as well, but it's a deep black sparkle. And now, as you can tell, I went main color blue and accent black. I think that's gonna look pretty cool. And it'll be a little different from my usual. Okay, so we need those, and then we need to find the bearings and stuff. They're not in here. Belt chains and fans. Motion. I think I need a motion box. Motion. Jaeger, you printed a set with stellar blue main and stellar black accent. That would look good. I like that. The Trident design has a 450 or 500 spec. I don't know what. So the corner extrusions are 500 millimeters tall when you do a 250 millimeter Z. There we go. We need bearings and spacers. Shims. And 30 millimeter M5s. What is this? Backup. We have multiple backup screw boxes, it looks like. 30 millimeter M5s. You've seen me put in hundreds of heat set inserts, so I pre-insert most of them. There's a couple that I'll do just because I forgot or missed them. But just to keep the build flow well, I've pre-inserted the heat sets, and for all but 2 of the rails, I pre-cleaned up and greased. So. Could you fit a 250 Trident inside of a 350 V2? I don't think so. You'd be easier fitting because let me complete a thought here. A 250 Trident is just as tall as a 300 V2, I think. Which means you'd only have 50 millimeters of vertical space to try to fit in there. Okay. Steve, pre-builds. Yes, did a little bit of pre-building. Okay, so that heat set's there. Those heat sets are in. What's the first thing they have? Oh, we're doing idlers first. Okay, we'll put these parts away and do the idlers and see if I can keep my trend of getting that M4, that 40 millimeter M5 in first try. Now I've jinxed myself, but we will give it a shot. Get all these bits and pieces here and ready. So unlike Voron 2, these pieces on Trident are symmetrical. They're just flipped for each side. So they are symmetrical, so it's the same pieces either side, but the tensioner piece is unique, so that the head of the screw is up. Hi, Tim. One more piece. Okay. So let's see here. Let's go the instructions first for this one. So we're going to put a temporary bolt in here. Hi, Thomas. Let's pull out a few shims. Shim. And I want to do a little bit of kit because these shims are different from what I have seen before. So let's take a little moment here, because the point of this is evaluating a kit. Wet my... I want to see what's going on, because these are larger outer diameter than the brass ones that they've been including. Let's see what we're at here. Almost 10 millimeters outer diameter. And what is our... The outer ring of a bearing is at 11. So we're okay there. And that's what I wanted to check. I wanted to make sure that when we put this shim, washer slash shim, and these are, from what I'm visually looking at, they look well stamped or whatever. There isn't a big, there isn't a lip on one side, and it's not a significant, there's not significant signs of it being stamped. This one that I'm looking at, and we'll have to look at many of these, but this one I'm looking at looks pretty good. Let's see how thick it is, because they should be 1 millimeter. And it is 1.01 according to these calipers. So just wanted to make sure that when that is resting in place there, that the outside of the outer edge of that shim is not rubbing on the outer race of the bearing. Okay, so we have a shim, a bearing stack, and then a shim. Hi, FDV Patch, you out of here? This goes here, and then this pulls out the bottom, and we're gonna go with this one. All the way through. First try every time. Until I don't get it the first try. And then there should be a 40 millimeter M3, a couple of those. And M3 washers. That's going to be a tiny bag. M3, there we are. Nope, that's M5 washers. Where's the M3 washers? M3 washers. Always works the last time you try. This works the first time I try. Now these will probably have to pull out of here when we run the belts, but this at least gets things assembled. So there is the right one. Now we got to do the opposite for the left one. Who would like the LDO Trident motor pack because they are building one versus hoping to win them for an excuse to build a Trident? At some level, I'd like it to be the second, because that just means another Trident out there. See you, Jokernut. Thanks for being here. Hi, Hypercube Evo. Okay, so there. This is going to go here. So let's drop this out the bottom. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I saved it. That one wasn't smooth, but it worked. First time, every time. Jim Wilmering, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, so those are done. Let's see where we're at. Did that. This is basically the method that Dinar suggests. Starkastic, got here late. Welcome. Okay, those are done. Everything looks good. All the shims are in place. I didn't accidentally knock one out of place like I did last build. And we got that to do. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Actually use my little parts tray here. Hi, Melting SP from Austria. Oh, my back. I spent 6 hours working on this 2.4 yesterday. Was it you that recommended the cheap reamers? Yes. Those reamers are invaluable. The things from Amazon, the kit from Amazon. I mean, I don't remember exactly what I paid for them, but they're not terrible. Makes those 50 millimeters holes in Stealth Burner work like magic. Be careful there, because there's a reason that those, so just a note, on the Stealth Burner, there is intentional interference. There's a tab in there that when you thread that 50 millimeter screw in, the head is embedded enough into the part that if you don't have something to help pull that out, it's harder to get out. So there's a little tab in there that it's supposed to catch lightly on the threads, so you can unthread it past, so the head's past the surface of the part. Mathis Schmeider. This is available on, I actually uploaded this to Printables. Let me see if I can get a link for you. I'll just post this. If you go for, if you search for less thin hexagon part tray, it comes up. And here we go. This will only take a second. There you go. Kyle Hansen, I was convinced 2.4 was the best of all until Clee turned me onto the Trident. I gotta say the Trident has turned out to be the superior printer. It's easier to assemble and works extremely well. At the very least, the ease of assembly, the less complication, and that it is on par print quality wise is what I'm very pleased with on Trident. What reamer kit was this? It's just here, I'll show you. I wouldn't even know. It's just a metric reamer set. It goes from like 3 millimeters to 11, 12, it looks like. Yeah, 12 millimeters. If you just search for metric reamer set on Amazon or whatever, that's where I got it. Hey, Dronksy, welcome. Hey, Marcus. Okay, we are going to grab this and a couple of M5x30s. Is this the one that goes here? No, this one. Oh, KB3D sells a set? Nice. I didn't know that. So anybody who's new to a Voron build, these bearing stacks that we use for idlers in the belt paths, they're always a 1 millimeter shim, a set of flanged bearings with the flanges opposing each other, and then another 1 millimeter shim. And that's one bearing stack. If you've got two, then you repeat that. You put a second shim on top of the other, and then your two bearings with flanges opposing each other, and then another shim. And that's your dual bearing stack. So for those that it's available to, if I had known there was a set like that from one of our community vendors, I absolutely would have gone that direction. But I think I bought mine quite a while ago too. I think I don't even know if I was involved with Voron when I bought mine. So those two pieces go together. So the notes here is don't over tighten. These are threading into plastic. They're modeled in threads, but they're plastic threads in the bottom half. You want to make sure that your M3x30 bolt doesn't extend past this surface. Otherwise, this one could cause your stepper to not tighten properly. If that was the case, it's extended past here because of maybe you're too squished of a layer or something, I would put a washer on the top rather than have that extending past the surface of the part. So there's one and the other. Is there a reason why they didn't use thread inserts? We don't have, it's not necessary. There's only lateral forces on that screw. There's no tension. There's no tension on that screw. And there's only 5 millimeters of thickness in the part here. And you can't get a heat set insert or an embedded nut in that spot. How much of this build do you think you could do my memory alone? 100%. I mean, I've spent more time in the CAD on this printer than any printer. I would say I would double check and maybe hold a screw up in certain spots just to make sure I had the right length on a screw here or there. but I could do the whole thing without any kind of reference material and end up with a successful build. So same thing, hold that there, and then these are threading into plastic, so it's a very gentle start it slow, maybe reverse until you feel it start that first or drop into that first thread. Then make sure they're not extending past the bottom of that part. Oops, that's in 3 washers. What's this bag? There's no M5 threaded inserts in the bottom. That's right. Nadir, hello. M3 washers we're done with. Go back here. We're going to put some steppers together. Yeah, they're modeled in threads. M5 you can get away with. You can sort of get away with it on an M3, but you end up forming that thread more than anything with the screw. I need steppers and this right here. I couldn't even build something I designed by myself without my notes. You're 30. Are you caught up now, freak? Okay, so a couple of those, and yep, there's my grub screws. I think we are good there. Any thought on using separate lead screws with couplers, flexures instead of I've said this before, your degree of success with this build is going to depend on the quality of parts you use and the care you take in assembling it. The problem with couplers and lead screws is you're adding extra joints there, extra opportunities for things to go out of alignment. So an integrated lead screw stepper is preferable. That's not to say that somebody who took enough care and got high enough quality parts wouldn't be successful with couplers and lead screws, but I would recommend an integrated lead screw stepper. So these are the 20-tooth pulleys, and then I have grub screws that have the 2mm and 3mm in here in the same bag. So I just need to grab the 4 that I need for this. I'm going to set those over here so I don't lose them. These come with thread locker pre-applied, so do not have to worry about that. And then representative of part of today's giveaway, they're not coming from me, they're coming from LDO. Here are AB steppers. Yeah, there's enough room if you select the right parts with couplers. You can make some spacers and custom parts to minimize your loss in Z travel with couplers, but really, I don't recommend using them. If you can avoid it, avoid it. Let me let Charlie out because he wants out. And in about 2 minutes, he'll want back in. Have you tried the other V2 Idlers mods? You think it's worth it? What other V2 Idlers mod? Are you talking like a pin mod, or what are your thoughts about Trident with bed kinematics, laying the bed on ball bearings? I'm not sure what, there's a few different types of kinematic mounts, and there's a few different things what you're talking about when you're looking at that. Are you talking about like the rat rig style where your whole bed is on a some sort of kinematic mechanism to allow the bed to be tilted to some extreme, or the mods like what Mandela Roseworks and Whopping Puckered make for allowing for bed expansion, heat expansion? I've been thinking the last 10 minutes of why do I want the giveaway prize, and I don't know. If I win it, would take quite some time until I can build a printer. That's up to everybody. So if you're talking about the pin mod on the idler thing, I don't know how effective, what is, technically it's probably better. But practically does it matter? Are you gonna actually see any difference? The width of your bearing is equal to several threads on the screw, so you're not going to see a rocking effect from it riding on just a couple of threads. And those parts are always in tension. Your belt is tensioned, so things are always being pulled to that. So the pin mods are cool, but I don't know that you see an actual measurable benefit. Okay, let's get this going. Did I print? I hope I printed it. I don't think I printed the pulley jig for this printer, but I did do it for the 2.4, but that parts box is in the other room. Let me go grab it, and then I'll come back and catch up. Okay, I'm back. This little pulley jig is what I'm talking about from the instructions. What are your thoughts on 1.8 or 1.8 and 0.9 degree steppers? I've used 0.9 degree steppers for X and Y on all of my printers. I haven't run into any issues. You're going to, for an equivalent stepper, 1.8 to 0.9, you're going to get a little less torque out of a 0.9, but it doesn't matter in our application. Either is going to work fine for you though. If you have 1.8s, I would use them. Rat Rig is also allowing for bed heat expansion. Yes, that you're right. That whole thing is that they're getting two uses out of that. You're right. Can anybody see what type of connector on those motors? I can see. It's a Molex Microfit 3. Same thing we use in the spec, or we recommend. Did you add the microfits on the motor yourself, or did they come that way from LDO? They came this way. So in the kits, they're coming, there shouldn't be any crimping required here. I did see a visual difference with the belt tilting. If you look at an M5 screw, and what is an M5 screw? Is it 0.8 millimeters per thread? 0.8 millimeters per thread, and you've got 4 millimeters of a bearing. So what do you have? Five threads that's riding on? And let's say 4, because it's probably, if it's not on the center of it. As a first Voron, do you recommend a Voron 2 or a Trident? My biased recommendation would be a Trident. The Voron 2 is a very cool printer. I have 3 of them. So there's a lot to be said of the stationary build plate. The flying gantry is cool. But my go-to printer lately has been my orange Trident. So let's go back to the instructions, and we're going to get the first couple of these going, A and B. I'm just going to do both of them here at once. So get both of them set up. I was pleasantly surprised when my Voron Revos came with micro fits on the wiring. I just wish the wires were a little longer, because for most applications, I'm going to need to extend them. So, anyone know a good place to get the Molex microfit pins? I buy them from DigiKey. However, I just found out that KB3D has microfit kits. So you might, if you're in the US, yeah, you said in the US, that is somewhere I would check. Yeah. Hi, Becky. Nero's gonna want to eat my grub screws. Okay. So the flat of the stepper, I'm gonna hold towards me, put this here, and then there is each spot. So there's an A there on this tab. This is for the A stepper. This sets like this for that measurement. Don't assume that this is the final spot on these. I used, each printer may have a little variation in whatever. On this 2.4 behind me, I had to go do and make a very fine adjustment, which we'll cover in this build later, how to do that, or how I do that. This just gets you very close. So I'm going to tighten these, but I'm not really going to torque them. So that's our A stepper, and then the B stepper goes on opposite the flange down, and we use the B side, which means this goes way down. Jared, welcome. Dancing around where I want that to be. There we go. And still, a little. Let's try that. There we go. I had tons of problems with the M2 self-tapping screws until I used a real brand hex wrench. Oh yeah. The kit ones always strip both the screw and the hex wrench. That little 1.5 millimeter thread, I really like my MIP drivers for that. Although any quality hex wrench, it's going to be fine. A few minutes late, had to maximize my time. Little dude was down for a nap. There you go. You got to work on getting your broken bike back together. You got the parts for that? Hey, Jason Taylor. Gerard, love the content of your channel. Thank you. Okay, so I have these. So now the A stepper and this one, we are going to go with the wire pointing towards the frame. And in 3x30s. Dead ECU, ouch. MIP. MIP is what the brand on those drivers are. About a set for, I think, can we get it? MIP. I don't know if we can actually see. MIPonline.com. They're really popular in RC car stuff. One. Oh, there's Charlie. And two. Do you do anything with drones? I have not. I'd like to. I just haven't gotten around to it. I think it would be fun to do an FPV. I just haven't. I've looked at things. I've thought about it, but I haven't pulled the trigger. There's so many hobbies. Will LDO only be offering this kit as $350? I'd personally like something smaller. So the Trident kit, from what I've heard, their intent is to offer a 300 cubed first, and then a 250 after that. The where the 2.4, they have the 300 they did first, and then they did a 350 after that. Where did you go, Charlie? Oh, there you are. Standing in the middle of the frame. Yeah, I'm happy that for the 250 size. That's my favorite printer size, is the 250. Absolutely. There are a lot of these wrenches out there. MIP isn't the only quality driver out there. Your first Trident build series convinced me for the second Voron, but at that point I didn't even build my first Voron, which is a 0.1. I really like my V0. I have a 0.0 that's a little workhorse. Okay, where are we at? So we did that, we did the other drive. I think we're ready to put these on the frame. So we got M5s, and then we got one M3 T-nut back in the corner. Fives all on that side. Okay, that's enough information to get moving. This out of the way. I went with Huddy drivers. Yeah, I've heard good things about them. I don't have any. Oh. One thing I want to do with this, I want to get a diamond grinder or something and try to finish the sides a little bit. It's a little sharp. I'd like to knock the edges off. Right now it's sitting on two in the front, rubber bumpers, and one in the rear, so it doesn't rock. Did they call out the offset vertical brace in the Trident manual? Remember seeing lots of questions on that one. Yes, it's called out in the manual. I'll highlight it when we get there. Move this out of the way just so we have plenty of room here. Frame back on. Then we're going to get our peanuts. Mostly M5s here. Let's see how well these insert. And for the most part, if we go back up here, you can see what orientation I put the T-nuts in CAD. So. Finger. That one went in with just finger pressure. Cool. The variation in these T-nuts and variations in and even the extrusions make even the best efforts. Oh, gotta move this, move that nut bar out of the way. Even the best efforts at getting something that fits is tough. I may run across another extrusion here that doesn't go in as easily. Okay, so M5s, one M5, and then an M3 over here. So that M3 is for the bump stop here for the end stop switch. So that's that side. The other side gets all M5s. Super Smash Ryolu. I'm actually working on my Trident today too. One of my belts was rubbing against the flanges of the bearing idlers. Any idea how I can avoid this? I had to get new belts and everything. Yeah, see, this one's a little more tough, and I don't know if that was the frame or the frame or the T-nut there. Let's see if I can try this. There we go. Little persuasion. What I would watch for is there we go. Not hard. There are a few things that I would look at Super Smash. Make sure, I mean, I would recommend going to the new front idlers. Also, what I was alluding to earlier with the stepper pulleys, making sure that those are lined up in the rear. All of that lined up will help you get rid of any of that belt wear. V0.1 was released last April, a year ago, April. That one went in. Those these are going in with finger pressure. So I might have had a couple of T-nuts here that were a little off. Just like that one is not wanting to go in with finger pressure. So I'm going to try a different nut. Yep. So just slight variations in these things can cause problems. Got my LDO 2.4 kit on Friday. Do you remember if the silicone thermal pad goes on bottom center of the SSR? Silicone thermal pad? What silicone thermal pad? Hey, John. There we go. Okay, all of those are in. I'm going to set this one aside because that one was extra tough. Oh, which one was it that was extra tough? Oh, well. Hi, P3. Currently building an Iron Man themed Trident and loving it. Awesome. The new front idlers in the STL files for the Trident, my parts are all from time of release for Trident. So the draft pull request that's out there has the new front idlers. Okay, so this is going to go right here, and I'm going to loosen, just loosen these, the M5x30 and these stepper screws I'm going to loosen just so I can get some compliance here. John, thanks for becoming a member. And M5x10. So these This is a big bag of screws I'm going to put in my tray there. I can just grab those. The new the pull request. Yeah, if you go to the Trident GitHub repo and look at the pull request, you can navigate to. I showed you earlier in the stream. I showed folks how to navigate to that. JP Gray, thanks for becoming a member. Yes, I did, Jared. By popular demand. I should have lined these up beforehand. By popular demand. I couldn't not. Kyle, just make sure you're back in exactly 1 hour, right? It's 12 right now. In 1 hour, we'll be doing the giveaway. I'm moving this onto its side so I can actually see these T-nuts and get them lined up. Don't judge, Jared. I think it's clever. I like it. Sorry if I missed it. Is there a reason you are not using the new electric screwdriver? Because I always forget. That's the biggest problem with that, is for this stuff, I'm just so used to just turning a wrench. It doesn't bug me. Oh, you're judging. Hi, Victor. Is it possible to become a member from the iPhone YouTube app, or do I need to browse to the channel? I have no idea. I'm sorry. I don't know. Okay. While I'm here, I might as well do the front idlers. I know this isn't the greatest view here. If I can give you a little bit of... Move it over here. It's this guy. Someone share a link for the electric screwdriver. So the electric screwdriver that I've been using is this ES15. It's the new version. It's the update to the ES121. Yes, I bought the ES15 after Jared was showing his off. That is true. They are not cheap. I actually bought mine the day we released 2.4 R2. It's kind of a reward to myself. At least that was the excuse I used to pull that trigger. Okay, that one doesn't get fastened on the bottom yet. Where is... Ah, I'm losing my microphone. There we go. I don't know if the sound quality was suffering or not. Indy Roberts, $6.99 Canadian. Will I notice much difference switching to the Stealth Burner from ABBN? You will have a much better view of your prints if you install the LEDs. There are probably some improvements over ABBN, but probably not as big as over Afterburner. Okay, those are good. Those are lined up. These need a little... Go. Hey, Dean. So if we get to the 1 hour mark and I don't remember the drawing, don't be afraid to remind me. Let's see how many entries do we have? Whew. How in the world? I really hope. So it's 1 entry per person because we have 357 responses. How many people do we have watching? We have 100 more responses than people watching. I hope I didn't screw something up. I'll do a spot check to make sure. I'll do a spot check to make sure. Well, you have to be here. You have to be here to win, so. You have to be here during the drawing. I mean, you got to be able to say, hey, I won. Woohoo. Yep, absolutely. I'm not going to worry about it too much. So I'm not going to stress over this. I'm not going to worry. It is what it is. I'm going to do a spot check, but beyond that, I'm not going to worry. Oh, that one gets a... That one is different because it gets a little end stop bumper. Charlie's off camera. He wants me to build another printer so he can sleep on it. Is your Stealth Burner going to be accent color black too? When I install it, it will be. But this is getting a spec build first, which means Afterburner, NEMA 17, all that. I will have follow-up streams installing the extras that come with it, just like I did with the 2.4. I did a spec build, and then I went back and installed some of the extras that the kit comes with. I'd say the solid fork is the V0.2. It's not. The solid fork is cool, and I intend to buy one, or build one. I have procured many of the parts for it. Mathis, thanks for becoming a member. I have frame, rails, steppers, I think build plate and all that. I mean, I'm 90% there to all my parts for a solid fork. The bigger problem right now with that is getting the time and working it into the project schedule. Do you have an estimate for the Trident release? We're talking very late summer is the best estimate I can give right now. And that's just based on what Jason's been saying. They need a few months. We are going to do a solid fork build on stream. That's the intent. I've just got, there's so many projects to do. I'm so excited about so many things and just trying to fit everything in and finishing. I want to finish projects. So we need to finish the next thing on stream will be finishing the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder stuff. Where is my bumper? Maybe it's in the other box. A solid fork is a mini trident. It's a trident based on 1515 extrusions. It's like a what micron is to 2.4 solid fork is to trident. I'm missing a piece. I know I printed it. I'm 100% sure I printed it. Oh, speaking of stealth burner, front. Okay, I need to. I hope this isn't too loud. Any thoughts on using the Switchwire XZ steppers for the XY on Trident? They'd work fine. There's nothing wrong with those. Where would I have put those? Right here again. Did I set it somewhere? Maybe it's sitting under something in here. I'm 100% sure I printed this. I'm sure I missed it, but you need to sign up for the giveaway. And what is the price? So the sign up is in the pinned post. It's also in the description of the video. Oh, I found it. It was just hiding under a part. The sign up is in the pinned post. It is a full set of Trident steppers. You must be here to win, and the drawing is in 48 minutes. It's a full set of the Trident steppers. So A, B, Z, and E. No, I found it. I found the part. So let's see where we're at on the instructions. You're gonna fast forward to the end of the stream. Okay, so front idlers are installed. Pushed all the way against the frame, that's important. And then we've got the little end stop here, an M3 by 12 and a 16. So those are the ones that are different. If you win, that will be very funny, John. So if you fall behind, you know, I only mentioned this because I didn't know it either. If you fall behind, there's a little live button at the bottom of the screen. And if you click that live button, it will bring you to current. It will also change to a red icon instead of, oh, there's the N3 by 12s, to a red icon instead of not having a little red circle there. Evening from the UK, what would you recommend, 2.4 or Trident? My biased opinion is a Trident. It's a simpler build. It still gets as good of print quality. It's equivalent print quality to a 2.4. If you want either one is cool. The quad gantry leveling on a 2.4 is very cool. I mostly joke about my bias. I mean, I'm biased to the Trident because I was the lead designer on it. Both printers are very nice. The benefit to the Trident is a simpler build, fewer parts, less maintenance, that kind of thing. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't know about that live button until just months ago. Oh, you guys didn't even see that. Well, that's okay. It's not exciting. Little end stop bumper. If you haven't ever built a drone before, I'd recommend pre-cut carbon fiber frame. The rigidity and weight basically beats everything, even close to what our printer. I get that completely. Trident only 5 steppers, six total, not here, including the extruder. So you have 3 Z's, A and B, and then extruder. No problem, Jared. You guys talk. I mean, we're hanging out. We are noticing things on the build when we need to, and there is no restriction on. I mean, if we completely go off the wall in chat, but that won't happen. You guys won't let it happen. Live isn't even live though. YouTube live. Yeah, it's there's a delay. Hey, Slink Zero from Germany. I'm taking notes on those notices for my build. Just got the filament though, so starting printing. What colors you doing, Jared? Is Octopus overkill for Trident as a motherboard? No, not at all. The Octopus is nice in that it has a ton of I/O. So you get a lot of flexibility in things that you might want to add. Extra thermistors, extra fan outputs, that kind of stuff. Guten Tag, Viking Cat. Riding on the rails of the crazy train. Conlon, thanks for coming up. Hi, Gary. Mike scraping on something? Is it still doing it? What? I don't know what it would be. I'm not. Mike is scratchy. Is it still doing it? Try shifting it. Is that better? The mic, I have it hanging. Well, you can see the wire there. I've been doing this because I don't know where to clip it, so I've just been throwing it down the back of my back, and then it's hooked here on my pocket, and then it's been okay, just kind of sitting here, hovering around my chest. But maybe this new shirt, maybe the printing is causing something. Yeah, like Mr. Clown said, it might be the print. Probably running against chest hair. I'm going sky blue metallic and obsidian black. So a cousin of mine. I bought some of the sky blue metallic and it's freaking gorgeous. That's sky blue metallic for anybody who wants to know. Nipple friction. String necklace on the lab is what we do. Yeah, I'll have to, I don't know. This has been working pretty well. Maybe it's just a shirt. Has it been a problem in previous streams? Just curious. I can adjust. I'll do it for next stream. Tomorrow, I'll figure out something else. Where are we at? Okay, so we installed that. Now we're working on the rear, that cross extrusion. Okay, let's go back to the instructions here. There should be something. Let's look how obvious this is. So we've got a whole page dedicated to talking about that extrusion is offset. The extrusion between the A and B drive is offset inwards. The upright extrusion extends past it towards the back of the printer. So. You just need to grow a huge amount of chest hair that works like a windsock. I have a huge amount of chest hair. Okay, we've got M5s all over the place, and we have a, which one is it? I think it's this one. Nope. So this is the rear bed extrusion. It goes here. It's known by the threaded on one side, not on the other. So it means that gantry extrusion here won't have threads on either side. Now, I dropped it while I was messing around with things yesterday, so I put a little dent in it. It's offset because of the XY belts, yes. So on all 2.4 and Trident, this extrusion here is offset from the plane of the back extrusions in, because the belts go in between the back panel and this extrusion. The belts run through here, and this can't be flush with the back, otherwise you wouldn't have room for the belts. So it's 4 millimeters is the amount. So we are going to go, which way did I recommend putting these? Yep, okay. Just checking to see how I recommend what orientation on the T-nuts. Then we need a one for the center. Yep, that one goes outwards. These two. Clip the lab to the hair. And then I'll forget and I'll just pull it out and it'll hurt. Okay, so once again, we left these. I think they're still loose, but we'll make sure, because we need to flex this a little bit. So leaving this stuff loose helps with that. Beryl, happy birthday tomorrow. Everybody say happy birthday tomorrow to Beryl, please. John, so Sparta and UPS have a pretty good deal. With the exchange rate, after you factor in the exchange rate, my 4 rolls of filament ends up costing me $104 shipped, including shipping. So they do pretty good. So that's coming from Canada for anybody who doesn't know. Sparta is a Canadian company. Zombie Hedgehog. I have very few spools of ASA. The vast majority of what I print with is ABS. If you clip the lab to his chest, I guarantee Charlie will manage to deliberately catch the cable when he jumps off the bench. That's true. We're doing good. 270 people. It's about over 100 more than I've been getting lately. And even that, it's incredible, the community. I love it. To have a channel my size with 150 plus regular live stream viewers is incredible. And it's all the community that's being fostered, and that's awesome. Screws in my LDO kit are oiled in the bag. Clean them before use? No, just use them. Okay, so I'm gonna visually center this on the in between here. So just for aesthetics, there's no actual, it being off by a tiny bit and isn't gonna hurt anything. I wouldn't be doing this if it was not acceptable to basically attempt to answer every question that comes up in chat. I mean, that's the whole purpose here. If I have an answer for it, I'm gonna try to address it. Now there's stuff I'm gonna miss, obviously, but that's the whole point. Okay, so now we're going to, I'm going to tighten the steppers first here. I've got the M5s here that are the bearing stacks loose because I was putting the parts over the extrusions, and it helps. So I'm going to tighten the steppers first, which is going to help with that whole thing. If for some reason the M5s extended past the part, it's not going to tweak on the steppers. So, and then these just get tightened. These don't get tightened, they just get threaded into touching. There is no torque on these M5s. Just thread in to touch and done. What nozzle scrubber mod do you use and recommend? I haven't used any of them yet. I'm gonna use the decontaminator or whatever. I'm gonna try that. The very first install I've done on that is on this 350 V2 here, but I haven't actually used it yet. Was there a question on stealth burner release? And yeah, it's being worked on, but it's being worked on at folks' volunteer time and when it's ready type release. I forgot to put a couple of M5 nuts there, but they can go in after. Yeah, what are we talking about? I hope the screws aren't dripping wet in oil. If they were, I'd rub them off on paper towel or something, but I wouldn't like clean them. Okay, so these printed parts are the offset, they tie this vertical extrusion to this gantry extrusion. There is built in a small amount of built-in, that's a slot, not a screw hole, that's a slot, which allows you to align this vertically to be parallel with or in line with the plane that's defined at the back of the printer. This is important for this extrusion to be perfectly vertical, because otherwise you're going to be pulling on or pushing on the rail as your bed moves up and down. So I'm going to do that, and I haven't done it this way before. Usually I've just put like a ruler across the back, a straight edge across the back. I'm going to try doing that by just setting this thing down on my surface here and bolting these in place with it here. And that should do it. Have you had your silicone rings on your Reval Nazos break? No, not yet, but I also bought extras. Ludwig, the OV2640 USB cam you use, do you have problems with webcam? Needs restarts to show the picture again? No. Every time I look at one of my printers, they stay on all the time. Every time I look, it's showing a live picture. I haven't had to reset it. So, ooh, my stomach is growling. Where are we at? 12:30, half an hour until the drawing. Let's see where we're at. Slide into place, we did that. Got a couple of these. Put these T-nuts in there, inserted with finger pressure on both. That's nice. Okay, so these parts go in here. Let me see, can I get a better angle for you guys this way? Sure. Yep. FossilNet, thanks for becoming a member. Yeah, I can't actually see what I'm doing. Let me. There we go. Okay, so I'm not tightening these yet. I just want to get them threaded in. That's correct. This one, let's do this. Whoop. Maybe an unpopular opinion, but I'm a fan of the plus filaments unless the manufacturer lists exactly what additives they use, even though they'd prefer as generic as possible. I kind of agree with that. I'd like to know what is plus about it, and if it's just marketing or if it's some actual thing that they did to make it better or not, or at least different. Let's see here, where is that? Okay, so I am going to take my machinist square, this side, over here. And then I think I'm even going to, just because I only have so many hands, do that and then push this down. And then slowly tighten in blindly. And apparently I'm in the way of you guys even seeing, but That should be good. C-Builds, how is that Wera? I have their hex keys, but find the ball strips out the screws. I haven't had any trouble with this one. This is the ball end that I end up using most because I'm often just having to get in at an odd angle. You don't have to put a ton of torque on these. If you notice on the frame, I used my straight tip. For the rest of these, I generally use the ball end, but you're not putting enough torque on things. You shouldn't be putting enough torque on things to be stripping the heads. Yeah, we're good. So this is here. We're not rocking. There is not a gap. I don't know how I can prove that. There's not a gap. We are good. Okay. And we can confirm this isn't probably the best, most precision instrument here, but it is straight across there. It doesn't rock. We are good. Ooh, almost 300 people here. That's awesome. Where are we at? That's done. That's done. Let me just double check my, since I was doing it with it laying down, let's double check my, yep, we are good. What's a good printer profile for switch wire and Prusa slicer? You could probably start with the Mark III and tweak it from there. Teza, welcome. That's done, that's done. Now we're to upside down. And what are we putting in? Oh, the Y. Okay, so we get to put in some rails. Okay, this is going to, let's turn it to its side first. And then I'm going to shift all of these pieces so they don't bang on the frame. There we go. Okay, rails. All of the rails that I inspected ahead of time were nice and smooth. Of all of these, I've already cleaned. There's one MGN9 that I'll put on the Z that I haven't cleaned yet, and the MGN12 I haven't cleaned. So I'll do a few on camera, but I didn't want to spend the time to do all of them on camera. So this just goes on there. KB3D, welcome. Almost out of my drink. I'm gonna have to refresh. What's new in this upcoming Trident kit versus the old one? So this is the first Trident kit from LDO. And the thing that they're doing to differentiate themselves is they're making it a 300 cubed. And that's an LDO thing. That's not a Voron spec thing. So in 3x8s. Yeah, KB3D, you might see an uptake in your metric reamer kit sales. We were talking about that earlier. And the nut bars, yes. So we are installing, so I don't know if anybody was late. Didn't see this before. Similar to a V0, in this kit, they've included these bars for securing the linear rails. And they're stainless steel, and they've included them for all, in my kit, they've included them for all of the rails, including X. However, X is going to add a bit of weight, so not sure if that's going to end up in the final parts list. But these for the, and I never actually checked these threads, so we're just going to check them as we install them. We talked about checking these threads to make sure nothing was malformed, but. Let's see, I think it's every other one. Yeah. And then the two, both of them in the middle. And I'm not tightening these, I'm just getting the thread started. Yes, that is the key part of a reamer, is you're not going to accidentally make a hole deeper or longer or whatever. Okay. So on my 2.4 build I've been working on, I had to readjust these after assembly because I had them twisted. I wasn't getting a smooth gantry motion, so I redid this, and then it was like butter after that. So on this one, I'm going to hold these in place and push it to one side, and I'm going to bias it to the inside, I think, just to minimize anything that can rub on the outside. I'm gonna visually center this, and then starting from the center, I do an initial light torque, then work my way out. Alternating sides. And then a final torque, same thing, working your way from the center out. There's a 3D printed part for the T-nuts on a V0, because it's reasonable to print those for a V0 size. It's not really reasonable to print them at the full printer sizes. So like I said before, these are all I cleaned these before stream. I did all this last night. So. This is kind of nice for not having to line up the T-nuts. Caught up, how are we doing? We got another 15 minutes till the draw. Make sure you enter once, have to be here to win. Worldwide, open worldwide. Yeah, we mentioned a microfit source because I didn't know you carried those before the last bits, the last package I got from you. How many hours you spent in preparation work for this build? Printing parts and then prepping the parts, because I didn't want to do prep. You've seen me do prep work on parts many streams. So, about an hour and a half or so of putting in heat set inserts and prepping parts. I was printing parts for just a couple of days because I spread it out across a couple of printers. And then just kind of an initial inspection and maybe an hour last night of cleaning rails. It's not too bad. The prep work isn't too bad. That's what I like about live streaming, is it doesn't monopolize my week to prepare for a video or edit a video or whatever. If I had to do all of that, I wouldn't be doing this. Okay. So next weekend's prize or drawing will either be, will either be linear rails or a frame. Probably linear rails next week, and then a frame the following week. Have you printed the Filament ASA Red? Not yet. I need to find something I want to print with it, because I don't want to open it until I have a good reason to print it, because it is ASA, and then I'd have to worry about drying it. Hi, Colin. Okay, now from the center, final torque. KB3D, $20. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Feeling good, feeling smooth. We wish LDO would come out with some longer integrated lead screw stepper motors so we could build a Trident with a higher Z-axis. Well, that's exactly what we have here, Zenbender. We have 50 millimeters of extra Z-axis travel on this. How am I liking that filament cabinet? Are you talking about my rep box? It is storing filament right now. The intent is to set it up for using with the ERCF with the Trident. So I haven't gotten that far yet. So Jorn, this kit comes with 350 millimeter Z steppers. And that's where they're getting the extra 50 millimeters of Z travel. After cleaning, what did you lubricate the rails with? I tried spraying dry silicone lube, but a rail went crunchy after a few hours on the printer. Stay tuned, MD Roberts. I'll be doing 2 rails here on stream the way I do it. It's probably not the way they necessarily recommend it, but I've found that I really don't like just squirting the lubricant into a hole or the side. So you'll see. Yeah, this is shaping up to look good. This blue with the black accent. Okay, where we are. Sorry, hopefully. I do need to figure out something with this. The microphone, because it does shift back. Okay, we did that, That was a lot quicker than putting all the individual T-nuts in. Hey, we get to put the Z-axis on. Okay, let's pull this down for now. So I'll just leave it upside down. This is messy. Forgive the mess, but I got to show you how Charlie's sleeping right now. Forgive my messy floor. Charlie likes to sleep in odd positions. And apparently it's too hot for him because otherwise he'd be right there in the sun. Ken, you should be careful with the rails. That's for sure. If you're not comfortable, things can go wrong very quickly. On the even being very careful when I was doing this 350 V2.4 build, I pulled one of the carriages off, and the little retaining wire that holds the bearings in was bent. So several of the bearings fell out onto my work surface here. Luckily, I had a clean work surface when I was doing this, and they were all easy to find and put back in. But even being careful, you gotta pay attention. How thick is your build plate? I don't remember. We'll have to measure it when I bring it out. Okay, we were at cable chain stuff for that. And, oh, maybe I put the frame down a little prematurely. Okay, let's grab the parts we're gonna need. Ray Evans, thanks for becoming a member. We got a rear stepper mount. Let's just grab all of these pieces we're gonna need. We're gonna need these before too long too. So I'm just gonna set these to the back. I printed all of the blue parts on my green V2 that has the OSEC build surface. So no brim, just IPA cleaned. No lifting. I've been pretty happy with that. There. I'm gonna need anything else right here. Not yet. 7 more minutes till the drawing. Thanks, Bill. So we're gonna do this one right now. This, I've already put the heat sets in, yep. Put that thing down on the floor a little prematurely, so let's move all of this stuff. Is that the... Oh, here. I'm getting myself mixed up. There we go. Okay, M5 T-nuts. I love your tips. Your blasting of the rails is helping with the Trident build number 2. Thanks. Also DM me on Discord too. Hey, Pex Peppers. Did you DM me, or I don't see Discord stuff while I'm streaming. I can have access to it if I need to, but I don't check it in the middle. The giveaway would be the standard. I'm 99% sure the giveaway stepper kit is the standard. This is new for the kit. They will, I imagine they will have an upgrade kit for anybody who wants to extend their 300 Trident build. But there we go. The giveaway is for the standard. There'll be 300 millimeter lead screws. I will DM you. Okay, I'll pay attention to that. Thanks, Peppers. I got a little goober on that printed part. So let's flip this around. There we go. Yep, just a little goober. Okay, I'm going to put this screw in, and then I'm going to figure out this giveaway stuff. This has been, that's probably what I've spent the most brain power on anyway the last week, is making sure I know how to do that. Enjoy your stream. See builds, planning on Voron build, hoping to repurpose, convert a Core XY Gecko kit. Okay. Okay, let's move this over here. So, let me see where we're at. How many entries do we have? We have 327 people watching. Dirt Robot, thanks for becoming a member. We have 550 people in the... Okay, so we still have 3 minutes. So I am not going to close responses until my clock hits 1 o'clock, my time. That gives me just enough time to get a different drink. So give me a second. I'm gonna get a different drink real quick. Okay, I'm back. What did I miss? Jason's here, just in time. You can talk to the winner about the detailed. 300 will be an option. That's awesome. That is really awesome. And I apologize, I forgot to eat before stream, so I'm grabbing a quick Fig Newton snack. We have 1 more minute. Thanks for being here, Jason. Yeah, I was getting a little rumbly. Link is in the pins. Last chance. But we'll be doing another giveaway next Sunday. So for a different item. $300Z gives you 300 millimeters of Z travel, which is 50 millimeters more than a spec build. And that's unique to the LDO kit. That's not a Voron spec. It's just the thing that they've done to differentiate their kit. Okay, I'm closing the entries. One person got in right at the last second. Okay, let me figure this out. Let me... I don't know who is an awesome user with test as an email, but I doubt that's valid, right? We'll go with it. I told you I'd do a spot check because this is the first time I've done this. I'm just looking for obvious. I've like I said, I've not done this. I'm hoping I'm doing it right. Things look generally, I don't see anything egregious. Okay, let's see. Let me copy this column. YouTube name. So remember, your YouTube name is going to show up on screen. That's par for the course on all of these. But I've seen someone have a problem with that, so. Oh, give me a second. Copy that. And over here, this is taking me a long time because I've never done it before. I'm pasting the names, and I hope it pastes correctly. Hey, it did. Holy moly, that's a lot of names. Here. So, 500 and something entries. 560 or something. 564 entries. I got to do the same thing. We got to shuffle it. Let's go. What are we going to do? Pick a number that's reasonable. Pick a number that's reasonable. Something under 20. Number under 20. Yes, I've been watching too many Nero streams. Let's go 18. It's a number that stuck out to me. I don't know why. Let's go 18. Are we ready? This is exciting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Okay, let's see how this goes. Ready? Spin. Okay. What do we got? Fat Albert. Are you here? Remember, must be present to win. Fat Albert. Let's hear it in chat. Let's see if Fat Albert, do we see it? Not taggable. So I'm gonna do the 2-minute warning. I'm gonna go 2 minutes. So it's 1:04 on my clock. When it hits 1:07, so it's gonna be somewhere between 2 and 3 minutes. Did he? Did he reply? I'm looking for a reply. Fat Albert, I see your reply. Congratulations. Let me make sure. I got it. I got it. Thank you, guys. Let me make sure I have an email address for you. Awesome. Let me get that. Let me get that saved. That was fun. And thank you for being here. That was great. Thank you and congratulations. John, you're just saving up the what do you call it? You'll have a better chance next time. Fat Albert is a great name. Okay. So you have won a full set of Trident stepper motors. Apparently Jason is giving the 300Z as an option. I will provide your email address to Jason and he will reach out to you, or one of his folks will reach out to you. So hopefully that is a valid email address and everything is good. So keep an eye out for that. So that went well. That was awesome. So let's continue the build. We've got a couple more hours. It's kind of a hard deadline for me today. Our neighborhood is doing a little thing at 3 o'clock my time, which is in 2 hours. So that's a good time to stop though, because I was telling you, I did a 6-hour build session yesterday. So this is the 5 hours today will be good. So let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. And if in the middle of all that you asked a question, please ask it again, because I'm not going to be able to scroll back and find it. Said it's important to me to answer the questions in chat. So what did I build yesterday? I was working on a 2.4 kit. So I'm a commission build for a friend for the business he works for. I've been working on it for a couple of weekends. I'm filming it and timing how long it takes. At this point, I am 14 hours into the build and it is, it's right here. This is the state it's at. It's wired, it's assembled. It's pretty much, I haven't done any firmware stuff and I need to double check my wiring, but it's getting there. See you, Frenzied Narwhal. Thanks for being here. So let us continue. That is a commissioned color by one of the Voron members, now crew member. So congratulations to Klee. He's now a Voron team member. He commissioned that color from KVP. I don't know if it's official or if this is even what he refers to it as, but I've heard it referred to as super green, and I like that name for the color. I don't know that it's available generally. So. Okay, back to, we just did that. That mount is installed. Now we get to install the rail. So. Yeah. See you, Pierre. We let anybody into the team who is a super awesome person and fun to interact with. And is selected and passes a stringent initiation process and oh, what are we talking about? Close to, oh, fluoro green. They are not, it's not quite fluoro green. I have KVP fluoro green and I think I'm gonna have to use this as the thing. This is super green. The spool is fluoro green. It's just not quite as bright. Barnyard, which screen and mount is that? It's the Waveshare 4.3 DSi connected screen with a mount that's on, if you search for Waveshare 4.3 on the Voron user mods, you'll find it. Heard the Voron team is under investigation for hazing. Hazing what? I want to join any club that would let me in as a member. Okay, back to the build. We are going to turn this on its side. I'm glad I moved stuff because even now I'm hitting things. Turn this onto its side and shift this here. And we need another Gen 9. That's gonna go right there. Quick question. On the last stream, you mentioned using heat shrink when dealing with glass fiber insulation. Do you completely strip the insulation from heater wire and replace with heat shrink? No. If I was doing that, and I actually haven't done that, I've just heard about it, and I think it's probably a reasonable idea. You basically use the heat shrink just to control the fibers from the cloth, whatever insulation, whether it's fiberglass or whatever kind of cloth. You put the heat shrink, just enough of the heat shrink on to control the fibers, and then extend it onto the wire some small amount that you can capture with the insulation part of a crimp of a terminal. If I get an opportunity, it probably won't be this stream, but if I get an opportunity, I'll demonstrate it. But I haven't had a need to yet. I have 2 of the Omron B stock on order, but the last few days I'm getting probe samples exceed samples tolerance for the Zong Melty probe. Is the probe dying? Those red PL style probes, I've never used them, but I've heard nothing but trouble with at least the newer versions of them. I think I heard someone say they went to a different body on them that's more heat, more susceptible to heat. Mercury covered asbestos. That makes sense. Okay, I think this can go all the way to the bottom. I'm gonna leave about 1 millimeter on the bottom here. In fact, I might use the jig here, just use the extruder stepper spacing. There we go. And any big streams planned around Stealth Burner release? Yes. So I did a stream of a first look at the Stealth Burner and Clockwork 2 right after it was announced. And the intent there was to give a look at the assembly. I have intentionally not assembled on stream a Clockwork 2 because that's where most of the changes have been happening. I won't be doing a Clockwork 2 video until the whole assembly is out of beta. And then I will do a full assembly stream on it. and how I do it and any little things about it. But that also, that preview, that first look at Stealth Burner stream just hit 50,000 views. I did that at the very end of November, so I'm pretty pleased having a video out there with 50,000 views. Are you going to put the clicky probe on this one? Yes, but as an additional stream. So similar to the 2.4, I'm building it to spec and then doing a follow-up stream of extras. And there will probably be a couple of them because there's a lot. And clicky and the Nevermore filter, although figuring out exactly how that gets installed on a Trident, I need to figure that out. But that kind of thing will get covered, just not in the first round of building. I'm going to sleep, watch the rest in the morning. Bye-bye. See you, Ari. I've not heard design engineering. Is that DEI? Does that have their acronym? So yes, I've heard of them. How do you feel about the clicky probe? The arm doesn't seem very solid. I've had good luck with the clicky and the Euclid setups. I run them both depending on the printer. Okay, for these Z-rails, there's a stop at the top. I'm pretty sure we're probably near where they have us install it. I'm gonna install it now just so I don't accidentally, lose that carriage. So just little printed stops. Get all of them out. And one of these, and we're going to use a hammerhead T-nut for these. This just goes up in here so that rail doesn't fly off the end. Okay, so that's where we are there. Oh, that was the next step. And a bottom gap, 1 to 2 millimeters. I used, so the stepper pulley jig, this is the one that I revised for 2.4. We just don't use the Z portion of it for Trident, obviously. But this is what, for afterburner stepper gear spacing, I just use that on the bottom here because that's 1 point something millimeters, I think. What is it? 1 millimeter. That is good enough. That's what I want to do. Now we're going to install these. That makes sense. Okay. Trying to note which of these install with just finger pressure. So far, I've only had those couple, and I think they were the T-nut because it didn't happen on any other part of the slot. or in the other areas along that extrusion. So these are doing pretty well. Where are we at? We didn't lose too many people after the drawing. We're still at 250 plus people. That is good. That's awesome. Okay. So these are unique parts, so the logo goes in the correct direction. Logo to the front. A little bit of bridging cleanup. Just do that ahead of time on these. Oop. There we go. Yes, VIPs are still here. You know what? Some people just can't be here for 5 hours, and that's okay. Five hours is a long time. Pre-lining up all the T-nuts. Logos to the front. Yes, Nathan, absolutely. I said that exactly for you. Was anybody here, anybody who's here right now, were you on the Discord stream I did building the V0.1 kit? That's been almost a year. I think next month it'll be a year. Is anybody here? Sanity, of course. Well, it wasn't really a Discord stream. I was in Discord chat doing a build, which at the time was fine, being close to fine, being limited to 25 people. But that 25 person limit, we're at 10 times that right now. That one I kind of talked about and announced sort of, but it's not an official thing to have streams on Discord. It was just a video chat, and I just built it while we were able to talk while I built. But that was 10 hours, I think it was. Yeah, I really like the aspect of other people being able to talk. But at the same time, that was the biggest problem, because then someone else was talking and I didn't want to interrupt. So it's not to any fault of people talking, but I need to be able to talk when I'm ready to talk, which is basically constantly right now. See you, Jose. Go have some dinner. I don't mind the reading. This has worked out really well. I'm very pleased with how this experience has been going. Okay, so stepper mounts installed. Now we have to do rails and toppers. So I only have one of the next two rails prepped. So we'll prep a rail and then we'll get them both installed. So let me put this away over here. Get one of the paper towels that I grabbed just for this. So I have this rail that needs to be prepped, and this one is done. That one's done. So I didn't check, so we're gonna just check how smooth this is, and there's no rough spots on there, so we're feeling good. I take a Sharpie. I love we were talking about drippy stuff before. This is the other version of the drippy pail. This is the drippy bucket, and I left the dividers in this one. This has been kind of nice to have. And then I grab a colored Sharpie. Let's go blue, because that's what I was using before. Of the most used things at my workbench, Sharpie, X-Acto knife, tweezers, those would be on the list. So I'm just gonna mark the side of the rail. I marked the side of the rail with this groove on the carriage, just because that's a reference point I can use to make sure I put it back on the same way. I wanna put it back together the same way that I pulled it apart. So then I'm gonna do this over this paper towel, because this surface, although it is very level, that screwdriver that will tend to roll all over the place does stop on its own. Now it's making a liar out of me, because when I did this last night, oh, there we go. It's pretty level. I don't want if bearings come out of this, I don't want them to go flying. So I'm gonna very slowly and gently roll this off the end. Now I'd already checked this, but I also look for burrs on the end of this cut to make sure I'm not gonna introduce any problems into the bearings. So making sure there aren't any burrs on the end of the cut before you take a carriage off the rail. And then I'm just gonna wipe off and get my fingernail in the groove there. My glasses that I wear right now allow me to read the screen no problem. I switched to my magnifiers for close-up stuff because I just need it. I'm getting too old, I guess. So that's cleaned off. And then this all stayed together. So I'm going to use the Mobilux EP2 is what I've been using. EP1, EP2, different greases. This was a couple of bucks at a Granger, local Granger. And I'll never go through all of it. I got a little syringe with a plastic tip. Maybe this will be a better view. Yeah, maybe. See you, Delmar. FDAV pack. What? I talked about that earlier. I'm not sure the remix, if I want to remix that or if I want to just put a note to the creator, because they make a handleless version of the round one, just not the square one. So I take it all the way off just because I feel like I get a better regrease. It was smooth. I don't feel like I need to actually flush anything out of this. There was no hint of any grit in there when I was rolling it on the... So I just put a little bit of this grease along the bearings. And then push it in with my fingers. And then I use my finger and very carefully just roll it through the track until I get to a group of clean bearings. And I'll do that on both sides. There's very little grease that we end up using with this. And then just put a fresh bit. Just very little bit, very little. It's not squeezing out into the track or anything, just in there, and I call that good. So now with that groove, note of where that groove is and where I made my mark, I put my thumb here in carriage like that, and then push my thumb out of the way as I put this onto the rail, and my thumb is holding all those, making sure those ball bearings don't come off, and then we're on and good. Run this a little bit just to distribute the grease. Wipe off any extra, and we're done. I'm going to put these stoppers on the end. And I go to the second hole in on these stoppers, just because I'm going to put a screw in those ends when I put it on the frame. While we're here and we have all this set up, let me do the MGN 12, so I don't have to do all this again. So we are going to do MGN 12. And we are going to also notice that it is nice and smooth. We're going to, because I don't think I inspected the ends of this one. Nothing catches. And then gently roll that off the end. Oops. Okay, so this is the side. Forgot to mark that. So that's the side that the groove's on. And this is even a little easier just because everything is just scaled up. Roll these through till we get to the clean bearings. Now when you do this, you have to be really careful, because just rolling these through, if there's anything in there that's stopping them from moving, they can pop out the side. So just do it slowly and carefully. Or use any of the other methods that folks have out there, because they're all probably valid. I just like doing this. I'm going to call that good. The same thing. We got that groove there, blue mark there. Thumb fits even better on this. All the way through, we are good. I'll put this back in here and set it over in the box until we need it. German Voron part suppliers would really tell you that you've lost guarantee with removing the carriage from the rail by now. It's possible. I hope not. Okay. Smedu, thanks for becoming a member. These two here. The bigger the bearings, the easier that method is. Absolutely. Vices? Welcome. Okay. So we're going to go here. Set this on its front so we can put these rails on. Oh, I can unpin. Let me unpin this giveaway. The giveaway is done. Let me unpin that. There we go. Isis, thanks for becoming a member. So I am planning, or at least in my mind, the idea, I think, is to have the first members only stream the weekend before I go to Murph. So that would be the, let me see here. So I'm going to Murph next month. I'll be gone. That Murph is the 24th through 26th. So I'm thinking the 18th, which is a Saturday. I think I want to do my members only stream Saturday mornings. And that will be mostly, at least, and it can evolve, but it'll basically be print and chill type. Q&A, smaller group, chatting, focused type stuff. I won't be doing new content on those streams. And I'm undecided yet on whether I make them available after or not. Probably depends on what ends up being discussed and going on in that. The kit is feeling good. I have no problems with any of the parts. These rail nut bars are saving quite a bit of time. I just have to remember to insert them before you assemble the frame. And we remembered. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Really, when we're getting into the fit and how things line up with the longer lead screws and in the wiring, and then how many, if I run out of any fasteners, are kind of the things I'm looking for. So I'm going to use the same spacer here. I'm going to use this as a spacer for the bottom. And then just go right like this. Start from the center out. Domino! Thanks for becoming a member. Before you forget it. Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate everybody who's become a member. It's really, it's cool. Much appreciated. I'm very much looking forward to those streams and seeing how they go and how they can be differentiated from the regular streams from these. I think the easiest way to do that is just kind of hang out and chill and Q&A type stuff. Teza, thanks for becoming a member. It's stupid to use the only ARP I found 4 with 2 gigabytes in your kit. No, they'll become available again. I hope. Seems the members only streams will not be that small. Yeah, that'll be fun. And I really value the time slot here. And it's very, I like the worldwide audience. So that's why when I do those, they'll be Saturday. And that's why it's really hard also to do some of this build during the week, but I don't have a choice. I have a choice. However, I think it needs to be done, so I'm going to do it. I can't take 8 weeks to build this printer. Although we're going pretty good. This is moving along. but with more Charlie. Charlie is very much enjoying the sun rays that he's soaking up next to the door right now. Is my ES15 not charged? No, it's fully charged. The amount of wrench turning in a printer build, and I'm just so used to just turning a screwdriver, I never grab it. It's through no fault of the screwdriver itself. It's just me. I don't remember to grab the thing. And this kind of stuff, I mean, I need a little, oops. Well, I gotta start over on this. I forgot to space it off the mount down there. There we go. Now, start over. I forgot again. Here, I'll make an effort to use it more in the rest of this build. However, this particular task right here, this is one area that does definitely require more torque than that can put out. So I'm going to continue here, but I will make an effort to use it more on the rest of the build. Okay. So is Fat Albert still around? I didn't catch. Is this the start of a new Trident build, or is that going to be the helping with an existing build? I didn't catch that, and it's okay if you're not here anymore. I'm just curious. Okay. Now I need to put the stoppers on there. Or does anybody remember what the... Hey, you're still here. Gonna have to add a Trident to your build queue. That's awesome. Well, be around for next Sunday's stream, because you got a fresh chance to win the next piece. Although I think John's got dibs on it. Turn off the noise suppression, use air tools so and begs you to go back to manual screwdrivers. Okay, those are installed. Where are we at in the manual? Those are installed, rails are installed. Those are installed. And we get onto these. So let's do this. Do you use OV2640 cam? If yes, what is the resolution you get on time lapses? I haven't done a time lapse. And I have not changed the settings. Whatever it installs to, I'm only using it to be able to see the printer in mainsail or fluid. I do want to do a time lapse though. Did Jason say when the Trident kit will be available? He said months. So there's some very specific supplier issues that are going on right now in China due to, I'm pretty sure, COVID lockdowns. So it's hard to pinpoint a date when they're going to be available or give you a good estimate. But he said months. So late summer is probably the idea. I grabbed some of these pieces, but I need the rest. I think specifically right now it's silicone heaters are the pinch point. Use it on Wi-Fi or wired? All of my printers are on Wi-Fi. Question about the time stamping. Not sure if you have done it yet, but could you or community member drop timestamps in your streams on what part of the printer you are working on? That would be wonderful. I would love to do that. And this isn't, I absolutely would. I just haven't forced myself to have the time and motivation, take the time and motivation to get it done. So, marathon stream until fully built. No, I have a hard deadline of about an hour. In an hour, we're gonna wrap this up. I need to end before 3 o'clock my time, and that's an hour and 14 minutes from now. So, plus I need to extend this out a little bit because I'm doing one giveaway per Sunday stream. So I need to make sure that we've got Sunday streams to give things away at, right? There's a button to click that marks it for you. What do I click to mark it for me? See, I'm still very much a noob at this. Very much so. Where are we here? I thought we were going to be in... I guess that makes sense. So I'm not going to put that T-nut in there because it's probably a loose fit. I'm going to put that in later, but I will install these accent pieces. And I'm talking about these pieces right here. Called Stream Highlight or something. I don't see an easy button there. I'll have to look at that later. Need more macro keys for your Stream Deck? I'm using this guy. I built one of these and it's served me well. I have 3 buttons I don't use. I got plenty. Okay, we need some button head. Those are flat head. Button heads. Does this kit's frame suffer from the super tight roll-in T-nut problem? All but 2 of the T-nuts here I've been able to put in with finger pressure, right? Unless I don't think I missed any. I think all but 2 are have been finger pressure. So I think that was the malformed T-nut problem there. These little accent pieces just thread into plastic, and so you don't want to over tighten them. They're just cosmetic. This is an LDO frame. This is their space gray. Dalton, it varies depending on, it even varies within the extrusion batch. It's a very tight tolerance for these roll-in T-nuts. It has gotten much better more recently. the T-nut selection has gotten better. Maybe they found a supplier, and folks in general have found suppliers that are better. Maybe it's being known to those suppliers and they're tightening things up. Even within everything that works, like I said, I had 2 T-nuts that were difficult to get in. I blame on the T-nuts. On this build that I did, I had 2 slots that ended up being difficult because all the T-nuts in those slots, but the rest of them were finger pressure insertion. So it still kind of varies because the line between them working well and being just tight is pretty fine. We need accent pieces for the rear mount. So I didn't do that in the design for 2 reasons. It's in the back, you don't see it. And the way that the parts stack up in the rear, the parts get a little thin compared to the front. If you added an accent to the rear, then you would sacrifice Z travel, because at max Z, this mount here sits basically on the stepper mount. Same as on the front. These sit basically on the stepper mount at max Z. There's no space underneath them. Well, you have Ziff T-nuts. It's called a hammerhead, and it has its own set of problems. Okay. I'm not gonna do this quite in this order either. I'm gonna save the I'm gonna save this the lead screw nut for when I install the steppers. Notch out the rear motor mount, you got plenty of meat there. I don't agree with plenty of meat there, because during development, the stepper mounts are 8 millimeters thick, because at 5 millimeters thick, when you torque down these the screws to mount them to the frame, this would tweak a little bit. So at 8 millimeters thick, it doesn't. So I don't want to reduce the size of these parts just to keep everything lined up. I did test that. The only reason these are 8 millimeters thick is because at 5 millimeters thick, like they were on the 1.8, they didn't stay perpendicular. Okay, these, same thing. I'm not gonna put that in. I'll put that in when I install the lead screws. And then all of those can bolt to the rails. Okay, so we need M3x12s on the front and 3x8s on the rear. 12s, I got my 8s. I'm just gonna put that all the way down, and we're gonna go 8s here. Just giving you a grief. Oh, that's fine, and no problem. I've looked at it again. This would be, compared to the front, it would be a whole millimeter thinner, adding the same size accent to the back, and I'm not sure it's worth it. Could you do a filament swap if I want it? You could. That actually would be kind of cool. Do a filament swap to get your color. We can put it in the spec, put it in the instructions. It would be a good excuse for people to practice and know how to do a filament swap. This is moving right along. I hope I have a few weekends worth of streams to do this. I should have turned that the other way. Would have been less movement. I don't do many filament swaps either. It's not quite as simple as an M600 command. At least not without being set up prior. Ooh, that's hard mode. What is that, Vices? That is hard mode on a Costco fold-out table. That is the definition of not flat. How are we doing? Moving good? It's on, then we gotta flip it over and get the steppers in, okay. And then we'll get on to that. Flip it over. Good thing we have those stoppers in place. Yeah, that's basically what I've done, Bill. Do a pause and then just hit the resume in the whatever. Okay, let's put this here. So this particular kit that I have here came with Teflon coated Z lead screw steppers. I wouldn't assume that these come with the regular kits. So we have Teflon coated Z steppers. And then the wires are still in the box here. So with a Delrin lead screw nut. And these are .350 millimeter. Kyle, I'm not sure on a Bowden version of CW2 as far as having the CW2 and Stealth Burner look with just a Bowden tube input. That's not being worked on right now, but it doesn't mean it won't be added later. Okay, so let's see if I can get a little better camera angle here to capture up here. And let's also take a little sidetrack to the LDO documentation. So similar to the Voron 2.4 LDO kit, they provide a specific wiring layout that's different from the spec. There are things to pay attention to, like the Z stepper orientation for where the wires exit and what direction that goes. I don't know that matters here, but we're going to check the draft version of their document site. So this isn't available yet. I have access to it, and it's very much a work in progress, but I know there is a picture of the bottom of the printer with the steppers in place. So I'm going to just go by that. And then also knowing that I don't think for this printer it matters. It matters a little more on a 2.4 because there's the way the everything's laid out in there. But let's check that. So if we go to the LDO docs, it's docs.ldomotors.com. There's also a printed parts guide. There are some unique printed parts for the LDO kit, similar on their 2.4 kit. I don't think we have not assembled with, we haven't needed any of those custom parts yet. I'll try to bring those up when we get there. But let's go to their wiring guide. As you notice, this isn't a published page, but we can get down, and it doesn't have much of what we'll need later. But there is this here, and it looks like for the Z steppers, we're taking the wire connector towards the middle of the printer for the front, for all of them. We're going towards the middle of the printer for all of them. So here to the middle, and on the rear, pointing forward. And that's really what I want to look at. The rest of this page isn't really worth going through because it's not complete. Immediately you notice though, they lay out the electronics 90 degrees to what the spec version is, and they've got their own reasons for doing this, and it's fine. It is what it is. So let's go ahead and install some steppers here. So I'm gonna just take this through here, and then some M3x12s. Hi, Andres. Yeah, these are Teflon coated lead screws. I wouldn't assume that is what the normal kits will come with, but I don't know. I don't know one way or another. I would just not assume it does. I was surprised though by Jason offering up the 300s for the price too. So what I assume is not necessarily what is reality. So we're going to put those there, and then we're just going to, am I going to do this right here? Might as well. Might as well do that. I need M3 lock nuts. I'm a little sad that they're not black, but that's okay. We only use two per. You don't populate all four. And is this a 12 millimeter? What do we recommend here? Let's go all the way back up here. All the way back up here. 12s. Okay. Is that 12s for all of them? Thought we... Okay. Well, we're going to go 12s. Yes, 12s for all of them. Yeah, the 350 millimeters long. What resolution is the new ESP32 cam? I don't know. What's the ESP32 cam? Is that one of those cameras I'm using? At what height does belted Z becomes more sensible due to the challenges of keeping lead screws straight? We're right around there. I wouldn't go any taller than this. I wouldn't. Oh, I mean, it goes back to what I was saying before. The degree of success you have is going to depend on the quality of parts and the care you take in assembling them. So if you get good quality lead screws and line up everything well, then you won't have a problem at probably reasonably long lengths, but I don't know what reasonably is. Defining reasonably. Okay, I am going to do this, and I need I'm going to use this. So this is one of my, from the RC car world. It's from J Concepts. It's a little small, finger tight. It has an M7 and an M5.5, a 7mm and a 5.5mm ends on it. I'm going to use that, I think, for this. In, start it by finger. And on these, oh, I'm not going to use that because I can't get an angle on it. I'll use another from the Team Associated nut driver. So tighten to touch and then a little bit back, and we'll tweak this here in a second. But I'm gonna need more room here, so let's spread this up. Hey, Steven. Okay. I am going for another about 50 minutes, maybe a hair less. So this is definitely a point on the assembly for a Trident. Let me see if I can get a good angle on this. Let's see if we can get this down here. So that Trident is the same size of a 250Z Trident. This is a 300Z Trident. So it's something that LDO is doing for their kits exclusively. Okay, let's see if we can get this. Hey, that's a pretty good view. Andres, you did miss Charlie, but I'll be sure to bring him out at the end of the stream. So what you're looking for here in the how tight you make these lock nuts is you don't want any vertical play. Okay, so the vertical play you're seeing there is the lead screw nut itself on the lead screw. There's always going to be a tiny bit there. And that's not a problem because gravity. So when your bed is on here, it's always pushing this against the lead screw. It's not a problem. But what you don't want is the vertical play between this Delrin or brass lead screw nut and the printed part. So there's none there. But what you do want to see is a little bit of ability to move laterally. You see that? None there, but a little bit laterally. And that will allow for any little bit of wobble in the lead screw you get to not have as big of a chance of affecting your print. That is that focused, clear. That was a good shot. Did that make sense? And of course, that is a good clip. That would be a good clip. I installed this stepper rotated the wrong way. So I am going to pull these and rotate it. Oop, oop. What do you think about using old ham couplings? I've seen those. They look really interesting, but I haven't tried one. I like the idea. But at the same time, this setup print quality on my Tridents is phenomenal. In terms of just that kind of artifact you're not seeing. There's plenty of room for me to tune because, I mean, it's always, but generally I'm not seeing problems with Z or Z related problems. So it's one of those things that those couplings are really cool, just like kinematic bed mounts are really cool, but the practical difference is not huge. Where are we? Old ham coupling. Yeah, Golden Jaguar. I trust that you've probably taken good care in the assembly of your couplers, and you probably selected parts, good care in assembly, and your chances of success significantly increase. Up so I can get a screwdriver in for the other one. What do we got? They asked me why I ordered those printer parts, and I said Steve Stream. If I can be the excuse for adding to the printer stable, then that's fine. I forgot my promise. What was my promise? What did I forget? I'm terrible at forgetting. So if I forgot, what did I forget? Remind me. Oh shit, I did. Would it have been useful for this? I don't know if I can get an angle on it. No, I'll use it for the next thing that's useful for. You're absolutely right, though. I did forget. Go. And let's see, can I get it? Let's try right there for this one. That's there. Maybe just do a giveaway with that ES15. it, even though it's kind of a kind of an awkward angle, but now I'm gonna do the final tightening on this by hand. Just there's nothing that beats you good old organic torque wrench, right? So the ES15 does have a mode on it where you can, you're always gonna have to press, I think you're gonna have to press the button, but there is a mode that when you press it, it will turn in either direction. You can have it set to always tighten or always loosen. What camera was I using for that close-up shot? It's one of these Logitech 922 webcams. It's nice. The colors are off though. The colors are always a little muted on that. Yeah, this one, there's no way I would have been able to get, I could get that ES15 up in for this. Just finished installing the OV5648 front left Z motor mount. Yeah, how's that working out for you? I'm buying a different camera because mine is 50 degrees. Ooh, but it's the same cord, so a little disassembly required. There you go. Taking some time to get this all done. There we go. Okay. I think the next step, start putting these, the accent parts on these and the feet. These should be 4mm lead, Nadir. 4mm lead is what the LDO stuff is. So, do I have that part available? Patrick's talking about, I made a stepper mount for the Trident that gives a channel to where you can completely hide camera wires. I thought it was right here. Oh, well, I guess I'm not going to be able to show it easily. I thought I had it right here to show off. Another one of those things I need to put out on my GitHub though. Yeah, here it is. So this is the front left stepper mount. No, I haven't posted it yet. I'm still, your feedback is appreciated because I need to know that someone else can install it besides me. But I put a channel in the bottom. You see that? So you can sneak the camera wire in under here past the stepper down into the electronics bay. Hi, Brian Murphy. So I'll put this out on, this is one of those things that needs to go out on my Voron users GitHub. It just, I'm just getting feedback from Patrick, and I've installed it on my orange Trident. So it wasn't quite ready yet, but it's getting there. It is not wide enough for a pie ribbon. You probably need a fairly slim USB cable. There's just not a lot of room there. Okay, one more of these, and then I need the, here, screwdriver. Oh, shoot, can I use this one? Where are my, I need the 2mm. I always have the 2.5mm on there. I need a 2mm. Where is it? It's a Torx 2mm. There we are. If anybody wants that, I mean, I don't have a problem with people messaging me in Discord. I can send it to you until I get it out on Voron users. J-Rock, is it better to buy a kit or source all the stuff you need? Given, it's always better to know what you're buying. Let me see if I can go that way. It is very hard to recommend to folks to always self-source just because costs are so much greater. But at the same time, I'd be very aware of what's being included in whatever kit you buy. So if they are not, if they don't answer questions about specific parts that matter, I mean, there's certain parts that aren't as critical as others, then I would be looking at kits that do provide that detail information. Knowing what you're getting is the most important part. The easiest way to do that is to self-source. It's also the more expensive way to do that, probably. This is actually threading into plastic just fine. So I've got these little M3x6 threading into plastic, and it is, I don't know if you can hear the impact portion of it, but it's fully tightening them. I was actually surprised. I didn't know if that was going to be able to do that. So kit reviews are useful and important. The question is, do they change over time? And all of them are going to. And when they change, do they continue going with high quality parts? Or do they cheap out somewhere because they can make a little more money if they do? I'm not saying anyone's doing that, but I am saying that you want it, that's a factor that I would consider when going with a kit. Which parts are the most critical? I think a good quality frame. I mean, all of your motion stuff is going to be most critical, right? Your frame needs to be cut square and even. Your rails need to be high quality. Your steppers. I mean, there's a lot to the printer that really needs to be of quality for a successful build. Nope, that one actually stripped. But that's fine. It's an accent piece. There we go. So those are done. I think I need to put the feet in them. I can't put the feet in yet because I got to get through I got to put a bolt in. Do you really know what you're getting? Self-source, not really have printers building experience. Is there anywhere in the printer you can fit a C920 webcam? I don't know what interferes. It'd be easier on a 2.4 to fit a camera up there because you're not spending as much time at the top of the printer. Yeah, bed heater. That I should have mentioned that. Anything AC, anything mains power is huge. Make sure you get good quality stuff. Oh shoot. Okay, I think I'm gonna do this. We're gonna get a better view of this. I do it with the printer on its side. So I need a bunch of, I think I need M5 and M3s. Kit, the build is going well. We are, I think, quite a bit further than I expected to be. So let's see where we're at. Instructions, we did that, we did that, we did that. Now we've done that. Now we get to insert a bunch of T-nuts. Yeah, okay. I wanted something slimmer so it wouldn't be in the way of your reaching. What are we talking about? Mount, you can put it up front. Oh yeah. Yeah, so camera still, got it. A bit late to the party, but hello from the Netherlands. Hey, Maurice from the Netherlands. I like it before you corrected it, Felina. Sure does look like a god build, right? Okay, so since we're on our side, I need to keep track of what direction things go. So that's gonna go like that. So we're gonna put a, oh, you can't even see this. Let's go down a little bit. There we go. Giveaway is closed, Curry. I wanted to do the giveaway at my normal end time, approximate end time, which was at the 3-hour mark. So since I required folks to be present to win, I did not want an unknown end time. That one's got malformed. So we did it. We did it already. That was basically finger pressure. I just couldn't get an angle on it right next to the thing. Now the front ones, the front and back ones are M3s because there's a M5 hole here and an M3 hole here. No, it's not, I misspoke. It's not really malformed. I don't know if you can tell, but there's a flange either in the chrome coating or something there. So I'm just throwing it to the side. It'll have extras in the kit, so it's not critical that I use every one. That's okay, Lee. If you were entered, your name wasn't drawn. You didn't miss anything. Scamander, thanks. I'm pleased with this color combo. I think it's going to look really good when it's more together too. Okay, so all of those are in. We've had issues in the past with Form about changing parts in the kits without telling anyone. Absolutely. So don't assume just because, I mean, don't assume because LDO is making a great kit now that they're going to make a great kit next year. I hope and expect they will, but check. When you go to purchase any kit, see what their current stuff is. I'm not going to say anything bad because I don't have experience with any of the kits. All I say is make sure you know what you are, that they are being some level of openness of what they're selling you. I've got a couple of these that were squished more than others type things, so just keeping consistent appearances. I want to match them up. I think that's probably, yeah, that'll work. I'll go these, and these. They're very close, but. Don't start with throwing money in random directions. Yeah. Know what you're buying. That's all. Hold the kit manufacturers to being open with what they're including. They shouldn't have a problem with that. There we go. See you later. Gotta go. See you, Bear Cool. Thanks for being here. And an M3. I'm gonna bring out my long boy screwdriver for this, just for the angle. Spider or octopus? This kit comes with an octopus. For now. I have a couple of CAN bus boards that I have not, they're gonna go on the Tridex build. So I'll get some experience with those when I get started on that build. Oh, what do I prefer, Spider or Octopus? The Spider 2.2 board I ran on one of my printers for a good while, and no problems with it. So I don't have anything bad to say about either of their current iterations. The Octopus is just nice in that it has so much I/O options. So. Places, coffee fund, $10. Thank you. Yeah, they're very close. I wouldn't hesitate to install a Spider if that was the option. If I had it, it has enough. The Octopus just has more I/O that you honestly don't necessarily need or will use, but it's there. Either one would be fine. I am not using, I'm consciously not using the ES15 because there's no way I would get that into any of this. So. I need to put together a Steve build screwdriver kit. I want a Voron screwdriver kit. I want one in awesome red anodizing and hexes and black, the black oxide or whatever, or at the very least a titanium nitride coating or something. X-Rail is Z0 or Z1. X-Rail is Z0 or Z1. I don't know what that means. X-Rail is Z0 or Z1. My brain might be a little fried at the 4.5 hour mark. No one can afford the Steve Build screwdriver kit. The Steve Build screwdriver kit and the what are these? I'll build them to this quality. Have them built to this Nipix quality. Then you won't be able to afford them. I like ball-ended wrenches. Still have spider board that I don't want to use, but will. The first one suck. I'm having better luck with the octopus board so far. You seen any of the mods to monitor the heat break, heat sink temp to monitor a fan failure? No, but I think probably I don't know if it's a better answer, but another answer for that is to do fans with tachometers. Seems like the naming on the X-Rail. Where is that? Is it in here? It's the wrong box. You talking about this? Naming on the X-Rail. LDO S. Okay, I gotta break out the magnifiers for this. 1R X0 Z0 350 Z0. What does that mean? I'm not sure what that means. Clipper doesn't currently support an e-stop from TAC readings, unfortunately. But could it? Hey Steve, loving the Star Wars shirt. Only popping in shortly today as it's late. Hey there, thanks for being here, Alexander. Hope the rest of the stream goes excellently. We've got about another 20 minutes. It will go excellently. We're gonna put this on its own feet here in just a second, and that's probably close to where we're gonna be for the day. Golden Jaguar is a master in converting cheap printers to Vorons. Yeah, I see that. I've seen your videos. Size and preload. Okay. Is Z0 a lower or higher preload than Z1? That is not lined up. Anyone run the 60mm fans slower to make them quieter? Absolutely. I run my 60mm fans significantly slower than 100%. I don't know exactly how much slower, but I think I probably run them at like 60% at the most. You had play with Z0, so we'll pay attention to that. That could be feedback that goes on. You want -2 preload, okay. Well, we'll see how it is. I have not to date had any noticeable wiggle on any of the LDO MGN12s I've used for an X-axis. I couldn't tell you which number they were though right now. So. Sorry, what firm will you run on this Trident? Clipper? Oh, absolutely. Clipper is not the only answer, but Clipper is the only answer. However, having said that, I am playing with some RepRap firmware stuff. So it's nice to have options. And there's some things that RepRap firmware does that's pretty nice. I don't think it's practical to increase the preload on a existing rail. Okay, we are looking for feet. Where are the feet? Hey, I picked the right box right away. I've had plenty of time playing with Marlin, and I don't want to go back to a firmware that I have to compile for every change that I need to make. If they've improved things to where you don't have to do that, that's cool. I'd look into it, but having to make a configuration change and recompile and re-upload every time something needs to be changed is not something I need to or want to entertain anymore. Not when there's options otherwise. Where are the M5 nuts? There they are. I've spent tons of time, lots of time with Marlin. But it has, admittedly, it's been a while. Here's another one. I don't have this size driver handy for my ES15, so. It is a different philosophy. It is, I don't know. I really like how a lot of things, the names of things in Clipper just make sense. And you don't have to scroll through a 1,000-line config file to find things. I can hear the notifications. I'm going to have quite a few Discord messages to catch up on when I get done, I hear. One more foot. So the streaming computer, I don't get any, Discord's running on here, but I don't get any notices because it puts itself in streaming mode. My other computer's right over here, and I can hear the notifications from over there. Okay, where are we at on the instructions? Put all those in, we mounted the corners, put the feet on. Part orientation minded, and then we're on to the gantry. I think this is where we are going to shift to chatting until the end of the stream and getting a good look at this thing up on its feet. This is a good point good point to stop for the day. There we go. Let's see if we can go back. Well, that's pretty close. You miss. It's a tall boy. Tall bro. Did I miss something? Just wanted to ask before I forget. What did you ask? Agent Monroe. Agent Monroe, what did you ask? Did I miss it? That's one. That last one might have been me. Wanted to get that Trident stepper mount with camera cable pass through. Oh, okay. I see. No, I get it, and I appreciate that. I'll catch up on all of those. Yeah, multi-MCU support in Clipper is the game changer. To do that with just your generic, without having to have CAN to connect them or other means of connecting, that's huge. No deck panel. No, I won't get a serial on this one. Good. I'm glad people are having fun. I'm having a ton of fun. Do this. You can get an idea of what this is going to look like in the colors, and this is gorgeous. Got a link for Discord. We have a custom. It's Discord. What is it? /something and /Voron. Do I have, how do I get an invite link if someone wants an invite link? Go to vorondesign.com. Teza, go to vorondesign.com. There's a link, an invite link to the Discord on there. You're assuming this is a KVP filament for the build? No. This is Sparta 3D. So this is Sparta 3D fluorescent sparkle blue, and the black is Obsidian black, which is also a sparkle. Multi-MCU is game-changing, but also a huge risk to failure. Yes, once it's configured and working, I've never had something aside. The thing that breaks is when you do a firmware update and you have to update all the MCUs until it works again. But I haven't had anything fail because, or that connection fail. Thanks, Mr. Clown. Yeah, this is looking pretty snazzy. Here, let's. About the same level, close. Did you pick a buffer for the RCF yet? No, I haven't. I figure I've got a few weeks now. I got a few weeks. I gotta dedicate some time to getting prepared for the next step of that project, though. I want to get that done. I've got the stack up of projects I want to work on is pretty long. I gotta do some prioritizing. What are the dimensions on this Trident? This is a 300 cube, John. So one of the things LDO is doing to differentiate this, their take on this kit, is they're offering the 300 size with a 300Z. So the 250 that they're planning on offering next will be a 250 cubed. So it'll be like a spec Voron, but the 300 is a 300Z. And the entire thing, so let's go. Now that we have feed on it, the entire printer from tabletop to top of the printer is 630 millimeters. 630 millimeters. Exactly. Plus, so then that's to frame. So the panel will need another, whatever thickness that is, 8 millimeters or whatever, for the clips and everything. So going forward, I'm streaming tomorrow. So we're gonna pick this up tomorrow. Probably around 5 o'clock Pacific time, but we're only gonna work on it for a couple hours. Where did I get this? Oh, Swanson. I probably got this at Lowe's. Yardstick. It's handy. It's super handy. I need to get another. I don't have specific pricing on the kit. They said it's going to be close to a 2.4, but no specific pricing. So Vices, the 250 is purposefully still the recommendation for a spec Trident build across the sizes because of the availability of quality lead screws and partially the upgrade path and frame compatibility with the 1.8. Mr. Clown, yes, significantly later than usual. 7 hours later than usual. So it's a tough decision to do that, but I feel I need to in order for this build to not take 7 or 8 weeks to complete. This has to be complete, and I'd like to do all the extras as well, because there's a very good chance, although still a chance, that this is going to show up, get shipped to Murph. So I'd be really excited if I can get this ready to go and for this to be able to be on display at Murph. Charlie, I almost forgot. We need an end of stream Charlie visit. Give me a second. Charlie, I'm gonna take you away from your little sunny spot. Oh, sleepy boy. Let him check out the build thus far. My jigs and tools. Anyone know if LDO will get any of these 2.4 kits in the USA soon? I'm not sure what, there are some very specific, very serious supply constraints in China right now. I think due to COVID right now. So I mean, it's one reason why I don't have 2 of these 350s. I got 1 this batch and I'll get 1 in the next batch. I ordered 2. There we go. We'll get all the hair all over the printer. Oh, you got your claw caught. Something about this. What is your Discord username? My nickname on the Voron Discord is just Steve. So mine's Steve with all the serial numbers after it. The red name. The only red name Steve on Discord. More generic note, thoughts on Ultimaker bot merger? They're 2 printer companies. If something good can come out of that improves Thingiverse, I'm all for it, but I don't have a hot take on it. I've been very entertained on the name speculation. I'm all for Maker, but I don't know. I've never been one to have the big opinionated take on things. So I don't mind the questions being asked, and if you do find something that I'm educated enough on and have a big enough opinion on, you'll hear it from me. but that's one that I don't. Ultimaker MakerBot. Ultabot. Just in time, out of my drink. So, okay, so just to reiterate, we're going to stream tomorrow, probably about 5 p.m. Pacific time. I don't know what that is, what an easier way to indicate that is. It's, what is it, 3 o'clock my time right now. So it's 2 hours from now tomorrow. 27 hours from now. We will be streaming on Wednesday as well. That will be an earlier stream. It'll be a unique early weekday stream because I'm going to take that day off of work because I have other things to do that day as well. It won't be a super long stream either. Giveaways on this, for this build series, will only happen on Sunday though, because that's when everybody's used to watching my streams, and I want to make sure that of my audience, everybody has a chance that are regulars, right? So with that, is there anything else I need to catch up on? Will there ever be a Voron Crow XY? There is not anything in development. It would take one of the devs to have an interest, have the motivation, and to work on that. So there's nothing in development now, but that doesn't mean there won't ever be. So. Yeah. So thanks again. Thanks for everybody who joined, everybody who is here. I feel like the giveaway went well for a very first one. I'm very excited to do that, and I'm glad to continue that. Thanks for donations. Thanks for being here. And we will see whoever can make it tomorrow. So have a good one. Bye.